Welcome. I'd like to call to order the March 10th, 2021 public meeting of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. My name is David Weiner, and I act as the chair. First order of business, we've asked Mr. Costin to lead us in prayer and Mr. Horsley to lead us in the pledge. Please stand.
Eternal God, our Father, we thank you for this glorious day. God, we thank you for the many benefits you have bestowed upon us. Father, as we come to conduct business on behalf of the city, God, we ask that you would grant us of your wisdom and your understanding, that we might better serve the citizens of Virginia Beach. God, we ask that you would look on council, ask that you would look on this commission, ask that you would look on all those who serve the government. Let us be a blessing to our citizens. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Who would like to wing it and introduce the members, since we didn't pick somebody to do that? Mr. Redmond.
Happy to do it. I'll start. Well, let me start out. Typically, Ms. Wilson is sitting next to us in a different environment. So over there is Kay Wilson. She's a deputy city attorney, and she helps us with all legal matters and keeps us on a straight path. Directly across from me is Robin Klein. She actually is. She has a real job. She's a social worker, so she actually does things that help people, which is good. Next to her is Mr. Horsley. Don Horsley is a farmer. He served on the Planning Commission for a very, very long time. Any given day, he's the smartest guy in the room. And he's a heck of a farmer. Next to him is, he serves at large, by the way. George Alcaraz represents the Beach District. He's a contractor, has a number of other business interests, and is an all-around good guy, too. Next to him is Dee Oliver. She does all kinds of things too, but one of them is she's in the funeral business and has interests in restaurants and all kind. I can't keep up with it. All kinds of other things. She is our immediate past chairman as well. Next to her is David Weiner. David is a commercial salesman in the building industry. He is our chairman. He represents the Kempsville district. Next to him, our vice chairman is Mr. Jack Wall. Jack represents the Rose Hall district. He is an engineer by trade. Mike Inman, to my right. Mike serves at large. He is an attorney. He is genuinely one of the most capable real estate attorneys in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I mean that. I am did I say you are at large? He represents the city at large. My name is Dave Redmond. I am a commercial real estate broker. I represent the Bayside District. This is Mr. John Costin. He is a retired fire chief. And he, district? Or at large? And he, no wonder I didn't know it, because he serves as well at large. Over there is Bobby Tahan. He is the planning director. Seated next to him is the zoning administrator, Mr. Kevin Kemp, and Bobby's going to introduce a couple more of his staff people. Thank you. Who are all very capable, by the way, and we appreciate all of their good work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Redmond. In addition to the staff that you've called out, we also have City Attorney Victoria Eisenberg with us, as well as on our staff, Pam Sandloop, who's clerking, along with Wadow and Nicole Garrido, amongst a number of other staff that's helping clerk the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. First order of business is the explanation of the rules, and our clerk will read that for us. Thank you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, we will have both in-person speakers and speakers via WebEx. In order to limit the number of people in Suite 5 at any one time, in-person speakers will remain in Suite 4, where they will be able to view the meeting on monitors until called. For ordinances and resolutions, we will recognize in-person speakers first, calling the first speaker and up to 3 additional speakers to avoid any unnecessary delay between speakers. Each person whose name is called may enter Suite 5 and must remain socially distanced until it is their turn to speak. Each speaker must exit Suite 5 after providing their comments and may return to Suite 4 to finish viewing the meeting. After all in-person speakers have been called, we will then recognize the speakers participating via WebEx. We will recognize the applicant or their representative first, whether they are in person or participating via WebEx. All other speakers will be recognized as previously stated. Speakers participating via WebEx, please mute any additional devices you have in the room to avoid any unnecessary background noise and/or the possibility of echoing or reverberation. It is important that once recognized, please wait 2 to 3 seconds to begin to ensure the commission hears your complete remarks. Please begin your comments by identifying yourself. Also, do not ask, "Can you hear me?" as only one feed is open at a time to minimize the echo and reverberation, and as such, you will be unable to hear a response. Again, speakers will be recognized in the order which they registered. Please note, if the speaker does not respond or if a technical issue occurs which renders the comments unintelligible, we will move on to the next registered speaker. Commissioners, are there any questions about the process for the speakers? Okay, hearing none, I'll move on to the public hearing rules. The Virginia Beach Planning Commission takes pride in being fair and courteous to all parties in attendance. It is important that all involved understand how the commission normally conducts its meetings. It is equally important that everyone treat each other and the members of the commission with respect and civility. The commission requests that if you have a cell phone, please silence it or turn it off. This is an abbreviated explanation of the rules. The complete set of rules is located in the front of the Planning Commission agenda. Following is the order of business for this public hearing. Withdrawals and deferrals. The chairman will ask if there are any requests to withdraw or defer an item on the agenda. Consideration of these requests will be made first. Consent agenda. The second order of business is the consideration of the consent agenda, which are those items that the Planning Commission believe are unopposed and which have favorable staff recommendation. Regular agenda. The commission will then proceed with the remaining items on the agenda. Speakers in support or opposition of an agenda item will have 3 minutes to speak unless they are representing a large group, such as a civic league or homeowners association, in which case they will have 10 minutes. Please note that the actions taken by the commission today are in the form of a recommendation to the Virginia Beach City Council. The final decision to approve or disapprove an application will be made by City Council. The commission thanks you for your attendance, and we hope that your experience here today leaves you feeling that you have been heard and treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next order of business are items to be deferred. The chair is aware of one item that needs to be deferred, item number 8 for 30 days. Is there any opposition to this item being deferred for 30 days? None? Hearing none, can I have a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to defer agenda item number 8 for 30 days.
You have a motion, do you have a second?
Second.
Second, all right, we have a motion by Mr. Wall and a second by Mr. Horsley.
Okay.
Ready to vote? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Alcaraz, sorry.
Mr. Alcaraz?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley?
Aye.
Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 9 in favor and 0 against, agenda item number 8 has been deferred for 30 days.
Thank you. We're unaware of any items to be withdrawn. There are no items to be withdrawn. So now we will move on to the consent agenda, and our Vice Chair Wall will take that over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These are applications that are recommended for approval by staff, and the Planning Commission concurred, and there are no speakers signed up in opposition. We have 5 items on the consent agenda today. The first item is agenda item number 1, City of Virginia Beach, a resolution to schedule monthly meetings of the Planning Commission of the City of Virginia Beach for April 2021 to December 2021. Can someone from the city staff please speak on this?
This is a resolution to adopt the date of the Planning Commission for the year of 2020, basically from April 2021 to December of 2021.
Thank you. Is there any opposition for this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none. Agenda item number 1. Sorry. So moving on to agenda item number 2, or 3, is Pressmont Construction Services, an application for conditional use permit for automobile service station. Is there a representative for this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Rob Beeman, local land use attorney with the Troutman Pepper Law Firm. We have read the conditions. They're acceptable, and we certainly appreciate being on consent today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any opposition for this agenda item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, Mr. Redmond has been asked to read this item into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is an application for a conditional use permit for an automobile service station. Specifically, it's a convenience store with gas pumps, 8 gas pumps, at the corner of Pleasure House Road and Shore Drive in the Bayside District in Northwest Virginia Beach. The site is zoned B2, Community Business District, so it's quite appropriate for this kind of business. It's a 35,000 square foot site, so just under an acre. The applicant seeks to redevelop the site with a 4,000 square foot convenience store and 8 fuel pumps. As I said, if anybody's familiar with this neck of the woods, this site has been an eyesore for about 2 decades. The design that the applicant has provided is of a coastal style with which is quite attractive for this kind of product and has a very nice mix of materials. The landscaping plan is quite attractive. It includes some site improvements, including sidewalks around both sides of the property. There's one that exists on Shore Drive, but that'll be improved as well. There's really nothing not to like about this application. There is no opposition. The staff has recommended approval, and the commission concurs by consent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. The next agenda item is agenda item number 4, Grace Bible Church of Virginia Beach, Incorporated. This is a modification of conditions for religious use. Is there a representative for this item? Please state your name for the record.
Attorney representing Grace Bible Church on this application. All of the 8 conditions as recommended by staff are certainly acceptable. We appreciate all staff's work on this. There is a gentleman, Ray Chisnell, who was here, who's an adjoining property owner. He was here to speak in favor of it. I think he's may still be here, but he was in favor of the application. I advised him it's on the consent agenda. He didn't need to speak in his view. I understood this morning, I was here for the informal, that some of you all had some questions, and I'm more than happy to try to address or answer them if they weren't answered satisfactorily to any of you, or give you a little bit of background if that's what the commission desires. But otherwise, we appreciate being on consent.
Okay, thank you. The next agenda item on the, oh, sorry, you have to read, Mr. Horsley has been asked to read this agenda item into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Back in 2017, conditional use permit was approved on this piece of property just shy of 14 acres. And it had 6 conditions. Condition 5 stated that the parking lot must be at the current grade of the adjoining property. And at this time, the applicant is requesting modification of the conditions to allow changes to the design and changes to the stormwater strategy conceptual plan. And in doing this, the water drainage will change direction. It's going to be going towards London Bridge Road. but the property is somewhat lower than it needs to be to drain like it should be. So 3 to 4 feet of fill needs to be put in the property to raise it up, and then the stormwater management facilities will work as they're supposed to. I think this will be a big benefit for the surrounding community. I understand the residential people in the close by will appreciate this, and it'll overall help with their drainage also. In staff's opinion, this was a good application, and so they deemed it acceptable. We had nobody in opposition to it, so we put it on the consent agenda. And Mr. Badon had said if anybody had any questions, he'd be glad to answer them, but I think everybody must have got satisfied with the questions this morning. Thank you.
Mr. Inman, do you have a disclosure to make?
Yes, I do. I have a disclosure to make in that I am on the advisory board of Town Bank. Town Bank appears to have financing on this particular property, and I don't have a position where I make decisions on loans, and I will be voting on this matter.
Okay, thank you. The next agenda items are agenda items number 6 and 7. Dam Neck Storage LLC, conditional use permit for bulk storage yard and modification of proffers for a mini warehouse. And this includes with amended condition number 2. Do we have a representative to speak on this item?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Rob Beeman, local land use attorney with the Troutman Pepper Law Firm. We've read the conditions with the correction that Mr. Wall noted. They are acceptable, and we certainly appreciate being on the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any opposition for this item to be placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, Ms. Klein has been asked to read this application into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. This property was rezoned from AG 1 and 2 agricultural districts to conditional I-1 light industrial district in 2005 for office, warehouse, and storage uses. The southern parcel is developed with self-storage. The eastern half of the site is developed with office, warehouse, and bulk storage. And the applicant seeks to expand the office, warehouse, and bulk storage yard uses onto the remaining western half of the site. The applicant seeks a conditional use permit for a bulk storage yard and a modification of proffers request to amend proffers 1, 2, and 4 that were associated with the rezoning of the property in 2005. Except for those proffers, the remaining proffers associated with the 2005 rezoning remain in effect. The proposal includes 4 buildings with an 8-foot tall privacy and chain link fence, an extensive vegetation buffer, exceeds the parking requirements by 22 spaces. There's no additional driveway or access proposed, and as it falls into within the Navy restrictive easement, the Navy reviewed the proposal and has no objection.
Thank you. That was the last item on the regular consent agenda.
You have a abstention.
Yes, ma'am, my turn. Yes, I am making a disclosure regarding this decision. Items number 6 and 7 I will be not voting on. Address of 1441 London Bridge Road. The applicant is a client of mine. I'll be stating. The client is Dam Neck Storage, LLC.
No, do you work for Batchelder and
I
Collins?
work for Batchelder and Collins at 2305 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia.
Thank you. Within 24 hours, a written letter of abstention will be provided to the planning department.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was the last item on the regular consent agenda. The Planning Commission also places the following applications for conditional use permit for short-term rental on the consent agenda as they meet the applicable requirements for section 241.2 of the zoning ordinance. Staff and the planning commission supports the applications, and there are no speakers signed up in opposition. These applications are number 10 and number 12. 9 we're going to hear. Yes. Okay. Okay, I make a motion that we approve agenda items number 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7, and on the short-term rental, for the short-term rentals, agenda items number 10 and 12.
We have a motion for approval. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, okay. We have a motion by Mr. Wall and a second by Mr. Klein. And we have Mrs. Wilson.
Mr. Edmond, there are two short-term rentals on here. You need to make your disclosure.
Sure. I was going to wait until we had the hearing, but it seems like it's more appropriate time. I am abstaining on not just these 2 items that are on our consent agenda, but on every short-term rental application going forward, as well as on our consideration of the new ordinance. I have a small client in the travel business called Expedia Cruises, which I guess you're going to ask me to read these addresses, aren't you? Okay. Sorry, I put the letter away. Expedia Cruises. Expedia Cruises is a travel agency specializing in cruises. So if you wanted to go to Cancun, you could walk into a physical location, which is what I'm helping them to find, and book a cruise. They are located at 1066 West Hastings Street, number 900, Vancouver, British Columbia, V6E3X1, Canada. And my involvement is through my commercial real estate work with my employer, DeVaris Real Estate, Inc., at 4525 Main Street, Suite 900, Virginia Beach, Virginia, 23462. I do a small amount of work for this cruise company. They are part of a much larger company called Expedia Group, which also owns, I came to learn a couple weeks ago for the first time, which also owns a couple of online booking sites, VRBO and HomeAway. And therefore, I have concluded that it would be inappropriate for me to participate not just in the ordinance, but in any of the short-term rental applications going forward. So when we get to that point and the commission starts those considerations, I'll take my leave and leave them to do their work on their own. Is there anything else you'd like me to say, Ms. Wilson? That is the last time I will make that that explanation, other than to say I have on file with the planning department a letter that explains my my recusal from this part of our body of work. Good. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we had a motion by Mr. Wall and a second by Mr. Klein for the consent agenda. Ready to vote?
Okay. Mr. Alcaraz?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley?
Aye.
Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond?
Aye, with the stipulation that I am particularly recusing myself on the items with regard to short-term rental. Thank you.
Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 9 in favor, 0 against, with modifications to agenda items 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, with modifications to agenda item 6 related to fencing. Short-term rental, agenda items 10 and 12 have been approved, 9 in favor, 0 against, with Mr. Redmond abstaining from items 10 and 12, and Chairman Weiner abstaining from items 6 and 7.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you for those items that are on the consent agenda. They will be forwarded to, sent to City Council, and they will have future dates on those. Next, we will go to the regular agenda. Before we get started on the regular agenda, I want to point out that we're going to start on item number 5. And item number 2 will be, since there are so many speakers, we're going to be moving item number 2 to the back. So we'll start with item number 5.
Okay, agenda item number 5, George Randolph Webb and Lelia Graham Webb, an application for a street closure on property located 25-foot wide by 125-foot wide long portion of Holly Road adjacent to 401 49th Street, located in the Lynn Haven District.
In order to change the agenda, we just need a vote.
Okay, all right. Never done it before. All right, do we need a, just vote on it? We don't need somebody to make a motion?
Yes, we need
Oh, we need a motion. Can you have a motion,
and we need a
please?
second.
Okay,
and then
need a motion,
we'll
please.
have, the sec clerk do the,
Okay.
roll
Mr. Redmond?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we rearrange our agenda such that we begin with agenda item number 5 and move agenda item number 2 towards the back of the agenda because we have so many speakers.
Sounds
I
good.
second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Redmond, second by Mr. Horsley.
Okay. Mr. Alcaraz?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley?
Aye.
Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
aye.
Mr. Redmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 9 in favor and 0 against, the motion to change the order of today's agenda has been approved.
All right, now we get to start with item 5.
Okay, do you want me to read it in again?
No, I think we're
Okay.
fine.
Is the applicant?
He's right
Okay.
here. He keeps walking back and forth for some reason. I don't know why.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney, and I represent Mr. and Mrs. Webb. This application, along with the companion application on the eastern side of this 50-foot wide paper stub street that's been platted for well over a century and never improved as a public right-of-way, was on your agenda a month ago. Ms. Berkeley, who owns a property on the east side of this 50-foot paper street, passed away, and her property is in her estate, and they're not sure whether they're going to move forward or not on the closure, and I suspect for the time being they probably won't. But Mrs. Webb, who bought the property and live in the property on the west side, they're the applicants here. They bought that property about 3 years ago. They were recommended to me by Harry Lester because the front porch of the house, their steps are in the right-of-way. This house has been there for decades and decades, as is their driveway, and steps going up to their house. So they're seeking to close this section of Paper Street. If y'all could put up page 5, thank you. If you look at, and you all have monitors up there, this is the western half of a 50-foot paper street that's not improved in any way with any public improvements other than underground utilities. There's a hedgerow that runs down the middle, and my client's driveway runs north about halfway up the street. The paper street, not an improved road. The closure of this right-of-way will be subject per condition number 2 to a public utility easement held by the city of Virginia Beach over probably or 45 feet of the width of this closed portion, a drainage easement held by the city of Virginia Beach over the closed portion, and a public access easement. Typically, that public access easement, which is for walkers, bikers, pedestrians, what's been done in the past at North End and other places is it's closed, and the 10 feet in the middle, from the middle line on each side, total of 20, winds up being for pedestrian access. The entire eastern 25 feet remains public right-of-way, not being closed. And there will be, per condition number 2, a public access easement on, I believe it'll be on the easternmost 10 feet of the 25 feet that's being closed. So there'll be 35 feet, as long as the other side's not closed, that'll still be available for the public to use to cut through. If you can see on that exhibit, there's a 15-foot unimproved lane that runs east-west behind these houses. It's overgrown, never been improved, but there are utility lines in there. And then to the north, you'll see a 10-foot lane that runs up to 50th Street, totally unimproved, but I'm told you can go through there. And people, the Webbs, since they've been living there, say that occasionally you'll see somebody walk through. They have no problem with that whatsoever. A letter was sent in by Rob Dewey and his wife. Rob's a good friend of mine, Wilcox and Savage. I've spoken to him and he sent him the conditions. He gave me total authority to tell you that he and the Flams, they're the neighbors who live on either side of the 10-foot lane that runs up to 50th Street, that's again unimproved, totally are in agreement. They just wanted to make sure that that public ability to get through there on foot, by bike, remains, and it remains. It'll remain after this with these conditions. Frankly, if they weren't, they still could use Holly Road. But we totally agree with the conditions. They're totally reasonable conditions. So the other thing that you all need to understand, everyone needs to appreciate, is that this really does not add buildable, because of these easements, buildable area to this lot. What it does do is it makes the non-conforming nature of the house that's there, it doesn't meet the side setback, didn't meet it when it was built because it didn't have setbacks. It makes it legal. And if they wanted to make an addition to their house, build something up higher or whatever, they wouldn't have to go and get a variance to the Board of Zoning Appeals to a 0 setback, which is what they have, because they actually encroach a little bit into the right-of-way. So it just cleans up the title to their property. It really doesn't give them any great ability to redevelop, and they're not they have no desire to redevelop. They just want to clean up the title of the property. And all the conditions are acceptable to them. As the reviewers have said and the staff has said, there's certainly nothing being lost here to the public. You cannot put a road through to 50th Street. Doesn't exist. There are houses behind this. So you can't, all they're doing is preserving the same access that exists today. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Badon? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mrs. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do have one speaker for this item, Mr. David Hay.
Okay. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record.
David Hay, H-A-Y, former deputy city attorney for 22 and a half years. Ed Lindsley expert. You got my resume. I was fired by the city attorney because I won every case against Ed Lindsley. And the cases involve North Virginia Beach, Holly Road, Lake Holly, Ocean Park. I don't want to go through the list. I'll go through the list in a memo to City Council. You close this road, you're setting a dangerous precedent throughout the city of Virginia Beach. Bruce Thompson will be proud of you because I acquired Cavalier Drive in front of the Cavalier Hotel and a park next to the Oceans condominium and the property on the other side of Pacific Avenue in front of the Cavalier Hotel. And what did the city do? They gave it to Bruce Thompson for nothing. You're giving these people property for nothing. I use this road. I ride through here in cars to go through and see some of my neighbors. I won't go through the list of neighbors I have because I don't have time. I've lived in Virginia Beach for over 45 years. I've lived here since 1974. I was hired by Ernie Consalvo. The city attorney, Dale Bemson, said, we need him over here because he's beaten Ed Lindsley on several cases for Ernie Consalvo. History of Virginia Beach a little bit, just for a few minutes, if you bear with me. The Hollies, Cape Henry Syndicate, East Beach, North Beach, all these beaches were platted in the early 1900s. Why were they called that? To get people from the Northeast to buy property in Virginia Beach instead of in Florida. Ed Lindsley, through Peter Bablis and some other politicians, was reviving defunct corporations. The corporations that platted this property in the early 1900s went bankrupt. So their assets were no good, supposedly. So Ed claimed ownership to Ocean Park. He claimed ownership to North Virginia Beach and several places on the beachfront, Lake Holly, all the three lakes of Lake Holly and Rudy Inlet. And I came aboard, and he never won a case against the city. 49th Street, Holly Road, and the 10-foot lane go all the way through to 50th Street.
Mr. Hay, thank you very much for your comments. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Hay? Thank you, sir. Mr. Burdon?
I'm not really sure where to start. The city of Virginia Beach owns this right away. I guess Mr. Hay gets the credit for that being the case. These paper streets, the lanes not being closed, either way. But to suggest that I'm pretty sure I heard Mr. Hay say that he's driven his car through here to visit people. I find that to be, if y'all have been out there and looked at the property, I don't know when that might have happened, but it sure as heck hasn't happened in the last number of decades. And the city is cleaning up. My clients have to pay for this. They aren't being given anything for free. They'll pay the city the value of the property. It is encumbered, will be encumbered by all these easements. The city has no intention whatsoever to make this a dead-end street at that 15-foot alley, nor to improve the 15-foot alley that runs east and west. And if that were ever to be proposed, I'm pretty sure you'd have some upset people who live along there. The 10-foot alley going through to 50th Street, I say, if you've gone on 50th Street, you really can't even see where it exists. But people do cut through there. And again, this is in no way, shape, or form a desire to stop people from walking through there. None. So and that's being provided for. But it is ensuring that there is no public street that goes through there. And the driveway on both my client's property today and on the Berkeley property to the east, partially on the Berkeley property, is also in this right-of-way. Been there again for decades, but it's never been improved or used as a public thoroughfare for vehicles. And I don't know how that ever would have come to pass. But the conditions again are all acceptable. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Burdon?
I do. So evaluation's been done on the property, and when I say that, an appraisal has, or maybe Mr. Todd?
No, that's a part of that's the part.
Is that the next step?
Correct. Once city council, this has been done on other portions of Holly Road at the north end by Planning Commission, City Council. But once City Council decides, yes, we have no need for this to remain a public street, as long as we have the easements that we need for what use it will be put to and is being put to, then there is a process of either negotiating a price or having an appraisal done. And the determination of the value is made by the city real estate office along with city attorney's office and the viewers, it's the city manager's office. So then it's paid for and it is re-subdivided and becomes a part of the Webb's lot, subject to those easements that are platted with that re-subdivision plat that preclude anything being done there other than drainage and utilities and the public access portion.
Okay, so the notion of it being free is not true.
It's not.
Got to go through the
city,
process.
that's been the city's street closure process for as long as I've been practicing law.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers, correct?
There are no more.
I do have one more
sorry,
question for Mr. Burdon. I do have one more question. The ingress egress easement, that's not for pedestrian access though, is it, that would be platted with this? It would be just for reasonable ingress egress access.
Well, that would exist
no matter.
Correct. In other words, the part that's a public utility easement, that will be pretty much all of it will also have access.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
So, it could be they could be contiguous. It could be the same 40 feet. It doesn't. it'll be determined by staff how much they want on this side to be available for access. That's exactly right. And the city will have the ability to bring, equipment back there because of the utility line that runs east-west in the 15-foot lane on the backside.
Right, that would just be a typical easement for any kind of utility drainage type.
Well, there are 3 separate easements that are proposed, but again, the width
utilities.
hasn't been ascertained with finality.
Okay.
But there would be, there'd be, nothing that's happening, nothing would happen with the street closure that would add any additional burden for anyone going through to 50th Street through this property. Nothing in this will change that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hope that helps. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, no more speakers, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll close it and open it up for discussion or a motion. Okay.
So I spoke to Mr. Hay this weekend about his concerns, and I feel better having Mr. Bourdon kind of walk us through it. I like the fact that the easements will be remaining in place. My biggest thing was that there was pedestrian access that's going away, but it sounds like that's not the case, and that was my focus. And so I will vote in favor of the application.
Okay. Anyone else? George?
Yeah, just typical street closure. I think the purpose of it, from what I just heard, is to more or less relocate the property line so it's a better situation than it is. It sounds like there's not going to be any visual difference in what you see right now, and I'm gonna recommend approval too.
Jack?
Yeah, there's plenty of precedence for this. So this is not an unusual or, an ordinary request.
Right. Yeah. Dave?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the application.
We have approval by Mr. Redmond. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, second by Mrs. Oliver. Ready to vote?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley?
Aye.
Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 9 in favor and 0 against, agenda item number 5 has been recommended for approval.
Thank you. Move on to item number 9.
Agenda item number 9, Courtney Rose, trustee of the Rose Family Trust. It's an application for a conditional use permit, short-term rental on property located at 721 13th Street, located in the Beach District. Is the applicant or the applicant's representative here?
The applicant is a virtual speaker. Mrs. Rose, if you can hold for 3 seconds, and you can begin your comments.
Okay. Hi, my name's Chris Rose. I'm actually Courtney's husband. I apologize, my wife, we have a newborn, and so she is preoccupied at the moment. My wife is from Virginia Beach, so she would definitely be better to do this. My in-laws live in the area, as well as my sister and brother-in-law. So I think the only thing that I would say, I heard the conversation this morning. Our intent is actually to occupy the house that got interrupted due to kind of business changes related to COVID, but that's still our intent. We were advised to kind of go through this process because of the ordinance that's coming, just to kind of give ourselves some options, as the vaccination gets distributed here and people, we figure out if we can still make the move. And the only other thing that I think is relevant based on the conversation this morning is just we've actually already contacted a contractor and are planning on moving forward with pouring that slab for an additional kind of work vehicle. I did hear the conversation. It was recommended to us pavers. We're fine with that, but just so that everybody's on the same page, our intent, we need that third parking spot regardless of kind of the conditional use permit. And so that is kind of, we've already began moving forward to that. And I think we can probably pull the plug and change it to pavers. That was recommended to us. but that is moving forward. That's all I really have.
Does anybody have any questions? Questions? No questions? Oh, Ms. Oliver?
Mr. Rose, just for clarification, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say, so your intent is to live in the house?
Yeah. Correct. The only reason we're really doing this is to keep our options open. We were fully intended when we bought it in May of last year to move out there. My work was relocating me to open an office in the area as well. My wife and I are both reservists in the Marine Corps. We had lined up kind of our billets at McTaug on Fort Story, and all of that kind of got thrown for a loop, as you guys know. And so we have that got hit on pause, and then we had the newborn coming, and so we are letting that play out and letting the vaccination happen. But the intent and the indication from my work is that everything is still in the plans. It's just a matter of getting some certainty back here when the vaccination and everybody goes back to work.
Okay. Any more questions?
No, I just want to follow up on one thing. Mr. Rose, so I'm just trying to figure out, I get all the vaccine and the virus and stuff. So is your intent to just, you're going to stay in the house, and therefore the CUP you were applying for it because you thought you were going to move, and now you're not, and now you're going to stay in the house? That's the way I'm understanding that. And so you're not going to rent it as a short-term rental. Is that, or you're just using it as just in case? Question.
We do not occupy the house right now. Our intent was to move into it when we purchased it, and that those plans were foiled. So this was something that again, we had to find tenants pretty quickly and put us in a bit of a bind. So this was something, again, that was recommended to us, just given the uncertainty of the situation. But our intent is to move into the house, and the only way we would operate as a short-term rental would be if we were coming out to visit my family during the summers, which is where we are right now. But likely, our intent is to move to Virginia Beach. We have 2 young kids, be close to my wife's family. It's just been interrupted by what's going on in the world.
They're in the house.
So where do you live? Where are you now?
Sure. We're in California in San Clemente. My wife and I just got off right by Camp Pendleton. We got off active duty, and so we live out here. And again, we both work in the area. My wife's obviously on maternity leave, but the business that I work for is a government contractor, and we were moving out. I jumped at an opportunity to kind of, with us having the young kids, a 2-year-old, get closer to family, and so that's where we're at right now.
So, Mr. Rose, do you currently own? I assume you currently own the house, correct?
Correct. I'm sorry if I'm confused. We bought the house in May of last year with the intent to move out. In July, late June, we found out that the office wasn't going to be opening and it was being postponed, and that also our orders for our reserve unit were suspended. So we quickly scrambled to put tenants in the house. Again, my wife's from the area, so we have plenty of network over there that helped us out. My in-laws and her sister and a lot of friends. And so and then with the newborn coming, we still have tenants in the house, but the intent is to move back out there this summer, as long as everything goes according to plan. But given uncertainty and kind of the position we were put in last year, and the timeline that's being put on this ordinance, we were kind of recommended by our real estate agent. Just said, hey, you should do this now to kind of keep your options open, because again, we ended up in a bind, and we want to make sure that it doesn't put us in a financial situation that we can't support.
Thank you, Mr. Hold on one second, Mr. Rose. Mrs. Klein has a question for you.
So if I may, I think to clarify for the group, they're currently based in California. The intent was to relocate to Virginia Beach. Last year, they purchased the home. The plan to move Virginia Beach was put on hold because of COVID. They still reside in California. They still intend to move to Virginia Beach, but in case things remain in flux, they would like the flexibility to use the home as a short-term rental until they're able to officially relocate. That's what I'm hearing.
Any other questions? That's what Mr. Rose, I have a question for you. Do you recently, or do you actually have a management team or a property manager right now?
We do. We have a local property manager, and as I mentioned, my father-in-law is a retired Marine Corps, so he pretty much runs it for us. But we do have a team there as well, a handyman and a cleaning crew, because we've already had to turn it over one time for renters.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Rose? Thank you, sir. All right, there are no more speakers?
No speakers on this item.
Okay, so we will close this and everybody start discussion.
So can we check with Will to see if it's been posted and used as a short-term rental?
We actually have that information. The property has not been posted or listed.
Has not been posted.
No, it has not.
He's long-term renting.
So long-term rental.
Is he long-term
Mm-hmm.
on both? Because he said he just cleaned it and rented it again.
Mr. DeHaan, we do know that he has not rented this as a short-term rental?
That is correct. It is not listed in any of our platforms.
Okay. It's not listed, I understand, but do we know that he has actually not used this as a short-term rental?
That is the information that we have available to us, so yes.
Okay. All right. We're open for discussion. Mr. Alcaraz.
Well, I was okay with it until you guys wanted to discuss, that's what we're going to talk about, is the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to know more on consistency and what your concerns are, so I'm on the same page. Because I was looking forward to, because again, I had no opposition contact me either by email or phone. And like I said, I always try and help the neighbors, and I didn't hear one word from anyone. I'd like to have, but I have no way to say that I can't move forward with this until you guys just brought up the driveway.
I like that word consistency, and being consistent in our ordinance that we're passing along, voting on today, it actually says for impervious surface. And to add concrete is not consistent with what we're trying to pass along to City Council today. So that's what I brought that up. That's why I brought that up. But I will.
My concern with that is this is not in the overlay district, and we haven't voted on it, and so that's why it's not consistent with what we're planning to do in it. So I kind of went forward with approving it.
Okay.
Or recommended approval.
Recommend approval. Mr. Wall.
So it does appear to be consistent with what we're, I think we have approved some with additional driveways, but is this the right thing? Are we forcing people to tear up their yards? It's kind of a secondary impact, is that we're forcing them to add a parking space and impact the character of the neighborhood by increasing the imperviousness just in their front yard. So I think that's just what catches my attention. We have two applications kind of like this. The other one's just kind of an addition. My own house, I have had a driveway. The driveway got expanded. Not much different than this one. My front yard's a little bit wider, but I think it was worth a discussion. It catches your attention when 50% of the frontage was parking, and now 80% of the 75% of the frontage is now parking. So it grabs your attention. Mr. Rose stated that they may expand their driveway no matter. They can do it by right, but it just grabs, I think, for me, it just grabbed my attention right off the bat that it could impact the character of the neighborhood.
Okay. Mr. Inman?
I think the aesthetics of the driveway expansion is more important than whether it's pervious or impervious, frankly. I mean, if it's already impervious, then, to add a gravel bed next to some concrete, and that doesn't look good. Neighbors aren't going to like that. And I'm more about being consistent with the appearance than it is, a single driveway pad that happens to be impervious instead of pervious. So and our requirements are if he's going to have 3 bedrooms, is that what it is? 3 bedrooms. You've got to have 3 parking spaces. We can say, well, you could have 2 bedrooms, and then you don't need another parking space.
Mr. Costin?
I think he said that he would probably add that driveway anyways. It's a moot point. I would go along with George and move that we just go ahead and vote on it and approve it.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
That's a motion. We have a motion by Mr. Costin for approval. You have a second?
You want more?
Yeah, I need to know why, sorry, I was recommending approval, but I wanted to be convinced about the driveway, and I'm leaning that way, but I just didn't hear enough to, I like what Mr. Edmond said, but I'd like to hear more.
Well, in all reality, Mr. Inman, you can't just put a bed of rocks. That's not a suitable parking place for, it'd have to be something. It could be permeable asphalt. They make permeable concrete, permeable asphalt. There are products out there that are suitable. In fact, and during our workshop, we were going to get PJ Scully, for the city to come and talk to us about what's permeable, what's not, what's acceptable, and what's not. So we probably still need to do that one day. But and then that's what I'm getting at. I mean, we're sending that message to the council in our ordinance. I know we haven't voted on it yet, but we're still sending that message to the council in our ordinance coming up, and that's why I just kind of wanted to stick with that. Mrs. Klein.
This is for the big men at the table. Let's say that we approve the application, it says that it has to be a permeable surface, and then they say, we're moving to the property, we don't want a permeable surface, we want a concrete. Does that then void the permit? Because they're no longer in compliance if they then were like, maybe I want to do rentals again.
Okay, what the condition says, number 3 condition, says the additional driveway surface will be added as illustrated in the parking plan. The proposed surface type material would be brushed concrete or a substitute material approved by the zoning administrator. The driveway addition will be placed within 90 days of city council approval.
Right, but if they do that and then down the road say, okay, we're ready to move in, we want a different surface, which they're entitled to as owners of the property, do they then is their permit no longer valid?
So it's a condition of their conditional use permit. So if the commission chooses to impose a condition that says that the surface shall not be impervious.
Right.
In order for them to be in compliance with their conditional use permit, they would have that parking space could not be impervious. So
okay.
they would essentially be choosing between the STR or to live in the residence.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I got one more thing.
Okay.
So maybe I'm confused here, because when we were in the informal, I thought we were going to talk about the reasoning of coming forward to us and then being forced to add concrete or permeable or rock or whatever because you want a conditional use permit for STR. I thought that's what we were going to talk about. The reasoning of, hey, we'll give it to you, but you got to add a parking. I thought that was the topic we were going to talk about. So maybe I misunderstood. That's why I agreed to hear it. Is that not what
I was under the impression we were going to talk about what type of surface. 'Cause
Okay.
They have to have that third space or they can't have a conditional use permit. So they have to have that third space.
You can put the third space in anyway.
And yeah, you're right. So, I mean, if that's what everybody here is okay with concrete and driveway, then so be it. And it's I'm fine with that. So we have a motion by Mr. Costin. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Acrez. We're ready to vote. Motion for approval.
Mr. Alcaraz?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley?
Aye.
Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By recorded vote of 8 in favor, 0 against, the agenda item number 9 has been recommended for approval.
Madam Clerk, before we go farther, I just want to make a point for the record. Everybody knows Mr. Redmond has left the meeting. He will not be with us for the rest of the day.
So noted, thank you. Next agenda item is agenda item 11, Richard and Patricia Hall Revocable Living Trust, an application for a conditional use permit, short-term rental on property located at 947 Indian Circle in the Beach District. Is the applicant or the applicant's representative available?
We have two speakers on this item. The first speaker is the applicant, Patricia Hall, followed by Catherine Loy. Ms. Hall, if you can pause for 3 seconds before beginning your comment. Thank you.
Yes, hello, I'm Pat Hall. My husband and I live in Melbourne Beach, Florida, but a year ago, June 2020, we decided to purchase a second home in Virginia Beach to be close to our daughter and her family. We also felt that would be an ideal house to turn into a short-term rental to help offset some of the expenses. Because we are on a fixed income and both retired, this would be of great help to us. We submitted an application for a short-term rental in December 2020. Although it states that it's a 3-bedroom house, we are only planning on renting it as a 2-bedroom house because we're using the 3rd bedroom as storage and we'll have a lock on the door. So there's adequate parking for the 2-bedroom, and we do understand and agree that the ordinances call for two people per bedroom. We're also asking that a condition be added to our short-term rental conditional use permit request that disallows that 3rd bedroom to be used as a bedroom while the home is rented for STR purposes, therefore making it a 2-bedroom rental allowing 2 people per bedroom. We feel that this is an ideal location for a short-term rental. Our home is less than 1 mile from the beach and a short walk to restaurants, convenience store, and the newly expanded Marshview Park a few blocks away, with biking, jogging paths, dog parks, and a potential playground. This is perfect because we hope to rent mostly to families who choose to be away from the activity of the beach and the boardwalk. Our daughter and son-in-law, who live only 2 blocks away, will be managing and vetting potential renters and will be available 24/7. We also received written approval, which we have included with our application, from both our neighbors on either side. Because our home is not in the proposed overlay, please take into consideration that we applied during the existing city ordinance, which is section 102, I understand to be. Thank you for your time. And now it's time for my daughter to speak.
Yeah, I have.
Ms. Hall, you have a question? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure. Are you currently renting it right now?
No, we own it. We own it and we use it well rest of the year. We only want to rent it during the summer months.
Good thing.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Katie Loy. Ms. Loy, you can please pause for 3 seconds and begin your comment. Thank you.
Hi, I am Katie Lloyd, and as my Pat said, as my mom said, I'm going to be managing the property. My husband and I, and we have a newborn child, live about 2 blocks away. So we are available 24/7. Like she said, we will only be renting it in the summer months for 3 months. Other than that, it'll be used as a family home. So my mom and my stepdad can come and enjoy their time with their grandson and also kind of help with childcare. The reason why they did buy this house last year was because we had a new baby and they wanted to be closer to my child. But we also knew when looking at this property that we had the option to do a short-term rental. So with that option, that really helped us decide that this would be a great second home for them, along with being able to rent it out where we can help manage it. We have talked to both neighbors on either side. We have, they have our personal phone numbers. We have their personal phone number as well. They have approved that, and we told them that we were going to be renting it for those 3 months. They said everything was fine because they know that we are responsible. And we told them the type of people that we wanted in the, not type of people, but who we were kind of advertising this short-term rental for was for families, knowing that the size of it would be good. And like, as mentioned, Pat mentioned, with how close it is to the boardwalk, but yet far enough away from a lot of the activity if they wanted somewhere quiet for the family. We will be hiring, and we do have people in mind for cleaning it, a local cleaning lady, and she's excited about having a new house to clean because of COVID. She's kind of lost some jobs there. And like I said, we'll be available 24/7. And we just feel that this will really help my parents be able to use this as a second home, get close to family, and give us the opportunity to bring in a little bit more income for them, or enough to offset some of the costs on being close to us. So if you have any questions about managing or anything, feel free to ask.
Any questions? Questions? Okay. Any more speakers?
There are no more speakers on this item.
All right, we will close this and open it up for discussion. Mr. Alvarez?
You say that reluctantly.
This
Well, yeah, again, I haven't received any opposition. However, I'm in agreement with the city staff's recommendation. They don't have adequate parking. She has offered to reduce the parking requirements by locking a door, which I'm not too comfortable with. That's something that I don't know how the planning department could enforce or know how. But I will not be, recommending approval. I'm going to go with the city planning department unless you guys want to talk about anything else.
Okay. Anybody else? Jack?
One thing about the parking strategy is that, I'm not necessarily in favor or opposed at this point, but it's not ideal. But I think that the parking space that they do have it's not onto someone else's property. So even though it's outside of the whole entire parking space, it's shown 17.6. But the reality is that the whole thing is in the right of way, but it's not on someone else's property. So I just want to point that out, that it's not like it's hanging over into the adjacent property owner's property.
I think the concern with the planning department is that for parallel parking, you need 22 feet and they don't have it. That was what the concern was.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Inman?
Don't we have had situations where there's been a 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom residence and the person will say, well, I'm only going to, I'll settle for only having 3, or I'll settle for 2, but I got more bedrooms, but I'm not going to use them. Haven't we approved those before?
We talked about that, I think, before you got here. And we were told that, actually, this went to the city assessor's office, if I'm not mistaken, correct? And the city assessor's office said, no, this is considered a 3-bedroom home and it has to be advertised as a 3-bedroom home. Am I correct saying that?
So what we use, Mr. Chair and Mr. Inman, is that we utilize what we have on record for the real estate assessor for how many bedrooms is in the residence. So the property owner has the option to try to seek from the real estate assessor to reassess to see if they can make it so that it's not a bedroom. They went that route, and after their discussions per Will's staff report, and Mr. Miller is online if you'd like to ask him any questions as well. But according to Mr. Miller's discussion with the applicant, that based on how they're utilizing it, it was still considered another bedroom. So because of that, anytime that this has moved forward where there was an opportunity to reduce the number of bedrooms to meet the parking requirement, staff has always required that it be documented somewhere, not just in this approval, but also changed elsewhere with how the property is assessed so that everybody knows when they go to look at it that it is only supposed to be this many bedrooms.
Okay, that makes sense. So if they went back to the city assessor's office and said to them, assessment office, and said to them, we're only going to do 2 bedrooms here, they could come back for the conditional use permit, or how does that work?
I mean, if they
just asking a question.
If they choose to change to where it's no longer considered a bedroom, they could alter their application. Technically, it would be a different application, so it wouldn't be limited to the 1-year period. Is that correct? It would be a different application, so they could potentially reapply. But typically, if the applicant has already spoke to the assessor's office, how they plan on utilizing the room is still considered a bedroom per the assessor for the city's records. So,
okay. Anybody else? Motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we deny the request.
Have a motion, do a second?
I second that motion.
Second by Mrs. Oliver.
Motion is for denial. Mr. Alcaraz?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley?
Aye.
Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 8 in favor and 0 against, agenda item number 11 has been recommended for denial. Next item of business is agenda item number 13, Jamie Diamond, an application for a conditional use permit, short-term rental on property located at 3817 Daiquiri Lane in the Centerville district. Is the applicant or the applicant?
Please come forward.
Oh.
All right, state your name for the record, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jamie Diamond.
Okay.
So I've owned the home for over 10 years. I plan to rent for less than half of the year, just primarily during the summer. I think it's a great location being right next to the amphitheater when hopefully under normal circumstances we'll be having concerts again. Also just a great location, centrally located for military families visiting from out of town, but also very close to the area beaches, a little further removed from some of the noise and chaos that can happen at the oceanfront. I know the hot topic this morning was the matter of the parking. So my driveway, including the apron, is 32 feet long, and in the time I've lived there, I've always parked 2 vehicles in the driveway. I do realize with the regulations that we do need to provide additional space. So I did consult with a contractor who, just in looking at it, we determined to try to preserve some of the uniformity of the neighborhood, it might be better to position it to the left, also providing extra space to put trash bins and things like that. There's not much going on between my neighbor's driveway and my own. However, I'm entirely open to just expanding it 6 feet the other way. I'm just trying to be as agreeable as possible to whatever your recommendations are. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Any questions? No questions? All right, thank you very much. No more speakers? Correct? Is that all the speakers?
No more speakers.
All right, Mrs. Klein?
So I'm super conflicted about this. I really want to approve it. I spoke with Mr. Kemp extensively during our break.
Is your mic on?
Is your mic on?
Yes, it is. I'm just soft speaking. So I spoke with Mr. Kemp extensively during the break. I want to approve this. I'm interested to know your thoughts on the parking plan to see if that sways me in another direction.
Who wants to go first? Mr. Costin, you look like you want to talk.
I think most people who expand their driveway tend to go to the left. I mean, you kind of want to leave the front of the house looking the way that it does. I'm in favor of approving it. If she wants to put that driveway to the left, I'd go along with that.
Okay. Jack?
We just approved one that expanded their driveway. Similar to Mr. Costin, I think it's a better look on the outside than the inside.
Okay. Who else? Dee?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. I think that whatever makes her property look aesthetically pleasing to her and is good with the city staff and permitting, I think whether it's adding, 3 feet to one side and 3 feet to the other to make it wide and sort of centered in, you might look at it like that, but either way, I'm fine with that. I wish that in going forward in the future that our photographs would sort of encompass a little bit more of that side so that probably Mrs. Klein could have probably had a little bit of a better visual, or all of us that can't see it that way, than, a little bit better photographs of the property. But that being said, I'm fine.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve by Mrs. Klein. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Costin. Ready to vote?
Okay. Mr. Alcaraz?
I think I'll abstain since I excused myself for this one. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley?
Aye.
Mr. Edmund?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Edmund? Is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 7 in favor with 1 abstention, agenda item number 13 has been approved, recommended for approval.
Thank you. All right. On to number 2.
Okay. Our last agenda item is agenda item number 2, City of Virginia Beach, a resolution to amend the city zoning ordinance pertaining to short-term rentals.
All right. First speaker. Speakers.
I will begin calling speakers in order of 3. Just a reminder, once you make your comments, please make your way back to Suite 4 to listen for the remaining public hearing. The first speaker is John David, followed by Douglas Ruley, followed by Stephen Bashar. Mr. John David, you can please come to Suite 4.
Okay. On the way over here, I just want to make a point that everybody, hopefully everybody can hear me, that everybody will get 3 minutes to speak. We have a lot of speakers, so just to make it fair to everybody, we want to make sure that everybody knows that they will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you. Did you see what I highlighted?
Is he the sole speaker?
I highlighted that. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. It's very interesting. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is John David. I'm the current president of the North Virginia Beach Civic League. I'd like to thank you all for inviting me to speak today. The North Virginia Beach Civic League, and when I say we or I'm speaking for the Civic League, not for myself. The North Virginia Beach Civic League is chartered to protect the character and the community of the North End. We're there to protect the tranquility. We firmly believe that short-term rentals, as you may have seen in the news if you listened to Andy Fox at all last night, affect that tranquility. We are very concerned about this, and we have some points. First off, we don't want short-term rentals added to the current North End overlay, the R5-Rne. That's there, as you know, for dwellings. We don't want short-term rentals added to that overlay. We also do not want the Hollies added to an overlay of any type. I'm going to briefly discuss, so as not to take up your time, the points that we would like if in fact short-term rentals are going to be in the North End. First off, we would like short-term rentals to be approved by CUP. That, we feel, is the only process which guarantees our neighborhood. We are a neighborhood, and we need the CUP process to guarantee that we're not overrun with short-term rentals. We would like a rental frequency of 1 per 7-day period. That's 1 rental per week. Any more than that, you're starting to become a commercial enterprise and you're ruining our neighborhood. We'd like a current physical survey for every CUP application with a detailed site plan showing the parking. As a Civic League president and a member of our zoning committee, I'm inundated with parking problems for CUPs. I know that staff goes out and reviews CUP applications, but I can show you emails where we have parking problems from the CUP. Wherever it became there, I've seen applications coming forward to this commission where it's drawn on a piece of paper, hand-drawn, and it doesn't reflect the parking when I've gone out there and looked at it, that it was supposed to be there to support that CUP. We would like to have additional inspectors funded and hired for the city. Right now, there simply aren't enough inspectors to enforce the program. You're going to have short-term rental ordinances, and if you don't have inspectors, it's an unenforceable program, and again, why have it then? You're going to degrade our quality of life. Finally, density is a big issue for us. That was brought up in your workshop, and I don't know that we ever came to a consensus. I've sent numerous emails out to the planning department. I've sent emails to the city attorney asking for clarification. I haven't had any answers. We believe, and if the city attorney is correct, that short-term rentals cannot be reduced by more than the current density. We believe that short-term rental density should be the number of current legal short-term rentals to the ratio of dwellings in the North End. Illegal short-term rentals should not be continued. They don't follow the rules. They don't deserve to be in the process of consideration for that density number. We would prefer the density be done by street, but the city attorney has said that in your workshop that wasn't possible, and I've reached out twice and have not had a reason for that. But if you're going to do it by neighborhood, we'd like it to be no more than the current density of legal short-term rentals to the number of dwellings in the North End. The R5-Rne zoning, R stands for residential. It doesn't stand for rental. This is the neighborhood. This is where my children go out and play in the street. They ride their bikes here. My wife and I go for walks here. We meet our fellow citizens on the streets of the North End. Bringing it with short-term rentals turns it into a commercial area. It's not. It's my neighborhood. This is where we live. You've got to think about that when you think about turning short-term rentals loose into an established neighborhood of caring citizens, putting individuals in that neighborhood who don't care about me, don't care about my kids, and don't care about my family and my neighbors. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you.
The next speaker is Douglas Ruley, followed by Stephen Bashaw, followed by Dr. Carl Ashman.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Acres?
Mr. Ton, just a quick question. R5S, residential, 5,000, single family, R5D, duplex, R5R means?
R5R permits single-family duplex dwellings, and in the North End overlay, it does permit 2 single-family homes on 1 lot. The size standards are 5,000 square feet for a single-family home, 10,000 for a duplex or 2 single-family homes. However, if a lot was legally created and is non-conforming, it still holds the full development potential.
What I was asking, does R mean resort? R5-R means resort?
Does it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Doug Rudley. I'm a homeowner in the North End, and I've listened in on all the meetings and the workshops that the Planning Commission has held, so I appreciate the time and attention you guys have given to this matter. And I'll be brief. My wife and I moved to Virginia Beach 3 years ago to retire and fell in love with the North End. We purchased a home on the east side of Atlantic Avenue and are full-time residents, year-round residents, as are most of our neighbors. We were drawn to the North End by the, well, because it's a real neighborhood, because we can go out on the feeder road and walk our dog and see our neighbors jogging or walking or riding their bikes, or we can go on the beach and see our neighbors, and we can do that year-round. Unlike many beachfront communities, it's not merely a seasonal community, and we love the fact that we see our neighbors year-round, and we enjoy a sense of neighborhood year-round. As you know, it's primarily a residential community of homeowners. It has a relatively high density and many attached homes, given the fact that it's close to the ocean. Land is at a premium. Given all this, given that it's a neighborhood of single-family homes, of owner-occupied homes, that density is tight. My wife and I really don't understand why STRs are being even allowed in our neighborhood when the city proposes to ban them in most of the city. I guess I would ask, as a homeowner, I'd ask the members of the commission and the members of the city council for that matter, how would you feel about it if next to your own home, assuming you are homeowners, that someone proposed to operate a weekly rental business for 3 months during the summertime every summer? I don't think that you would think that that enhances the quality of the desirability of your neighborhood or your own quality of life. Common sense says that it doesn't. This really has the potential to do great harm to our neighborhood. So I guess I would echo the sentiments of Mr. David, who spoke before me, that if you must allow this, which I hope that you do not, but if you must, please keep the density to an absolute minimum, because this really does have the ability to do substantial harm to what is really a charming and cherished residential community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you.
The next speaker is Stephen Bashar, followed by Dr. Carson Ashman, followed by Morgan Brooke Devine. Mr. Chair, look like Mr. Stephen Bashar signed up to speak virtually, so we're going to circle back to him. The next speaker is Dr. Carson Ashman, followed by Morgan Brooke Devine, followed by Polly Street.
Well, are they allowed to line up in the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, no, but other people there, yeah. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Carol Ashman. Hello, I own 207 and 209B 88th Street and live at the latter. I'm here to I'm here to request the resort designation of the North End be repealed, and second, to oppose the city's attempt to rezone the North End by creating the North End overlay, which would extend the oceanfront resort area north through 89th Streets, devastating our greater than 100-year-old residential neighborhood. The overlay would allow the city to create regulations, tax revenue, and land use decisions that favor the hospitality industry over residents. It would allow any property owner to operate a short-term rental by right without having to seek a conditional use permit as required now. Year-round residents' peaceful enjoyment of their properties would end, and property values decrease due to greater density and more short-term tourist rental activity with its unending problems, including increased noise, traffic, garbage, crime, and the destruction of the community from the constant influx of tourists in the summer and the creation of a ghost town in the winter. We bought our home in this neighborhood precisely because it was in a quiet residential neighborhood. This neighborhood cannot be rezoned now to permit commercial enterprise without the citizens voting on this matter. Talk about undemocratic. I also oppose the overlay because it would allow a greater number of homes per unit of land. For example, 2 large homes could be squeezed onto a 7,500 square foot lot, increasing density and creating more concrete pavement and buildings on the same amount of land, ripping out yards and trees in the process, the very things that make this area beautiful and livable. Green space and trees are vitally important to help reduce the sweltering heat in the summer. We also need to preserve some unbuilt land rather than building on every square inch. This is crucial to helping absorb storm water and prevent or reduce flooding. I oppose the cookie-cutter models to which the new homes must conform because they are utterly devoid of character and would make our 100-year-old neighborhood look like a condominium complex. I urge everyone here to email Governor Northam and ask him to veto Senate Bill 1298, which would allow the city to use taxpayer money to manage or buy properties in the North End to create a highly desirable home inventory to rent out as short-term rentals that will generate real estate profit and taxes for the city at our expense. Senate Bill 1298 could serve as an intermediary step toward creation of a tourism authority. If the North End overlay becomes official by city council vote, it would be governed by that authority, converting our over 100-year-old residential neighborhood into a money-making commercial real estate enterprise that benefits the city to our detriment. Surprisingly, none of this has been voted on through a referendum.
Thank you for your comments.
Please voice your opposition to the city council.
We have a question for you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, would you, right here, would you repeat the last 2 sentences that you just read?
Sure.
Please.
Surprisingly, none of this has been voted on through a referendum. Please voice your opposition to the city council.
Go further back. About the tourist overlay.
Yeah, if the North End overlay becomes official by city council vote, is that where?
Yes, ma'am.
It would be governed by that authority, converting our 100-year-old residential neighborhood into a money-making commercial real estate enterprise that benefits the city to our detriment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I didn't hear it clear.
Right, no problem.
Got it.
All right, next speaker.
The next speaker is Morgan Brooke Devlin, followed by Polly Street, followed by Gail Motola.
Welcome, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Hello there. My name is Morgan Brooke Devlin. I reside on 88th Street in Virginia Beach. First of all, I want you all to know that we have been told that there hasn't been much reaction to the proposed overlay in the North End. This is absolutely not true. The problem is most people don't know what is being proposed and certainly don't understand the ramifications. I've reviewed carefully the amendment to zoning ordinance that was entered in 2015 and what it proposed. One of the main things I noticed in this is that you all are to be guided by public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practices. We don't believe that this has been done. First of all, we don't want this proposed 2015 zoning ordinance overlay to be continued, and we certainly don't want it to be made permanent. As you all know, we believe that this is a violation of the Dillon Rule, and that's a very serious thing here. We don't believe the citizens have been consulted in this. We certainly don't believe the people in the North End are aware of what's being done, and we're angry. We're very upset and we're angry. We live in a very, very tight community. Our neighbors are close to us. We're responsible to each other. Each of the houses on my street only have 2 parking spaces. No one parks in someone else's parking space unless there's an emergency or unless you ask in advance. We pull each other's garbage cans in if someone's out. We look out for each other. Across the street from me, you've allowed to be put 4 new houses where 2 small houses used to be. Each has 5 bedrooms. 20 bedrooms in those houses are technically available under what you're proposing for short-term rental. Where are those cars going to park? Where's that garbage going to go? I've reviewed what's been proposed regarding what will happen if there's a problem. A landlord has to be called and available in 20 minutes. There's nothing that says what happens if the landlord isn't there, or if the landlord doesn't remedy the situation. There's nothing there about take off the short-term rental authority, because it's by right. We do not want this, and we're looking to all of you to stop this. We should not be sacrificed in the North End for additional revenue for Virginia Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
One other thing, we've got numerous petitions like this signed up and down our street. We don't want this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next speaker is Polly Street, followed by Gail Motola, followed by Leslie Richards.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Polly Street, and I live in the old beach cottage at the end of 88th Street on the land side. This house was built in 1946 and is presently still largely in the same condition as the day it was built, having been lovingly maintained by numerous owners, including myself. My remarks today will be about the neighborhood that I live in called the North End in Virginia Beach. I will give you my personal opinion on things that I am in support of, that I believe will maintain the neighborhood that I live in, and things that I vehemently oppose. Those being the things that I believe will threaten immeasurably change my neighborhood. First of all, I love the beach, and I believe that it should remain a public beach for all to enjoy, including people from Virginia Beach, from Norfolk, and for wherever else they come from. I really like that part of it. I love the natural and historical environment of my immediate neighborhood, including the maritime forest at the end of the street. The house is even older than mine, and the canopy of huge live oaks that covers the street. What do I oppose? I'm opposed to the changes to the short-term rental ordinance that would allow for operation of short-term rentals without needing a conditional use permit. It's not lost on me that the last 45 minutes was spent approving and disapproving and reviewing those conditional use permits. That would go away with short-term rental by right. I am aware of some recent major safety issues that occurred at short-term rentals on other North End streets. Think about it. Those problems exist with the conditional use permit process in place. Imagine what it would be like if there were no conditional use permits required. I oppose the proposed designation of the area of 49th Street to 89th Street becoming an official overlay. I oppose the move to rezone the area and designate it as a residential resort district. I demand the word resort be removed from the description of the North End residential neighborhood and the previous zoning of R5-Rne be restored. I strongly oppose recently proposed state legislation, SB 1298, that would allow for tourism improvement districts to be created. This would be an unelected board appointed by the city council, not directly accountable to voters. Taxpayer money could be used to buy or build properties or rent out as short-term rentals that would generate real estate profit and taxes for the city at the expense of homeowners like myself in the North End neighborhood. We can't have a neighborhood if the properties are owned by developers and real estate companies who rent the homes as short-term
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Gail Motola, followed by Leslie Richards, followed by Erica Atkins.
Thank you, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. I am Gail Motola. I live at 1115 88th Street. While they're passing those around, the first item is where a person can go online to virginiabeach.com to find out a property search. When we do that in the North End, what we see is unofficial zoning district. R5-R, parentheses, N. It is incomplete. It is not finished. It is not an official overlay, but it looks like it when you read the ordinance 3431 of 2015. For a long time, we were not paying attention. That's our fault as citizens. But what we have found is that North End overlay is a fabrication. It is non-existent. It is a paper that essentially is going to put us under regulations by the city that we have never been before. We are used to one-week rentals in our area, but not what is happening now. The North End is treaty land, goes back to 1607. Treaty land is private land. The land described is the Cape Henry Syndicate, treaty land, private land of the early 1900s. The state of Virginia is a federal territory, and unfortunately, when one goes to the Dun & Bradstreet, we find, and it's all over our website, we are a municipal corporation. The corporation is not the same as government. The tourism bill, HS 243, would have placed all of our properties that date back to Cape Henry Syndicate of 1898 and Virginia Beach Parks and Land Company of 1890, both private land corporations, under an unelected city council appointed board, tax-exempt, property tax funded organization.
Ma'am, thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Does anybody have any questions? No. Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is Leslie Richards, followed by Erica Atkins, followed by Lee Atkins.
We saw that, thank you. We saw that.
Looks like Ms. Leslie Richard is a virtual speaker, so we're going to move on to Erica Atkins, followed by Lee Atkins, followed by Brent Montela.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Erica Atkins. I'm a Virginia Beach I'm a citizen of Virginia Beach, a short-term rental owner, and member of the Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance. I'm speaking today in approval of short-term rentals for Virginia Beach. I'm advocating for a fair and sustainable compromise of regulations for both owners of short-term rentals and members of the community. After researching other short-term rental communities around the country, we found balanced policies that we could use as a model for Virginia Beach to follow. I believe we need an advisory board or committee that meets every other month to provide guidance and recommendations on administration, enforcement, and other policies pertaining to short-term rental permitting. Members should consist of short-term rental hosts, non-hosts, industry stakeholders, and Virginia Beach elected officials. I think overlays should be by right. I think the OR and NRT zoned properties should be in an overlay and operate by right as they were zoned to do. Remove the other overlays instead of imposing regulations that call for cumbersome enforcement. For properties outside of an overlay, choosing to operate as a short-term rental, we should implement a simplified registration process, more of a streamlined checklist to be submitted to the planning department for inspection before the owner is allowed to operate a short-term rental. To ensure the city isn't oversaturated with short-term rental properties, use a density cap that cannot exceed 1% of the total number of housing units within Virginia Beach. Once all requirements are met, submit the information to planning, register with the commissioner, and at that point, the owner may start operating. As far as violations, use a 3-strike rule. After 3 valid complaints, the planning department could recommend removal of a short-term rental registration and its ability to operate. Property owners should have the right to rent their property how they choose. If they choose to operate a short-term rental, the owner should be allowed to operate on an innocent until proven guilty principle. We need a collaborative solution for our community that is not only manageable, but enforceable, one that allows for a higher rates of compliance and alleviates the cumbersome CUP process that is draining city resources and time. Let's find a solution that works for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Lee Atkins, followed by Brent Montela, followed by Dana Sampson.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Lee Atkins. I'd like to start by thanking you guys for the last 6 months of taking my emails and phone calls. It's been a pleasure speaking with each of you. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Atkins. I'm a citizen of Virginia Beach and a short-term rental owner. I'd like to say that short-term rentals have been going on for decades in Virginia Beach. I would also like to speak in approval of these short-term rentals at this point. Virginia Beach has always been looking to drive tourist revenue. This proposal will do the exact opposite. Believe it or not, I would say the majority of people, especially now with the pandemic, would rather stay in a short-term rental than in a hotel. For some reason, short-term rentals are being bashed repeatedly on how terrible they are. So terrible that over 88,000 calls made to 311 in 2020. Only 14 of those nuisances pertain to short-term rentals. Property rentals have been all over Virginia Beach. Hotels don't get shut down after a guest checking in is behaving badly during their stay. As with any kind of rental, short or long term, you can have a really great tenant or you can have a really bad tenant. The difference is bad tenants at short-term rentals are only there for a few days, maybe a week, and then they go home. A bad long-term tenant is there for the entirety of their lease. If there are valid complaints, punish those that are not properly managed, not all of us. I have also heard conversations of how SCR negatively affect property values. That is totally false. A realtor friend of mine that specializes in selling properties along the oceanfront resort area confidently said the ability to rent properties as an STR versus not being able to rent them as an STR absolutely affects the property values. properties allowed to rent as an STR would definitely have higher value than those not to be allowed. Creating overlays negatively affects the value of one person's property, while positively affecting the value of another person's property at the same time. When properties sell at higher prices, the short-term rentals properties, like short-term rental properties do, it can and will boost the value of the entirety neighborhood. On the other hand, if you restrict these properties, if you restrict how these properties can be used in certain neighborhoods, like Croatan, for example, you absolutely see the neighborhood values decline, in his professional opinion. Many homes in Croatan along the oceanfront have sold to investors and second homes who intend to use them as STR properties when they are not being occupied by them themselves. Croatan was always one of the most desirable and highest rented areas out of all the STR properties that this gentleman managed. If you cut off certain property owners' ability to do that.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Appreciate that. Any questions? Thank you.
The next speaker is Brent Montela, followed by Dana Sampson, followed by Jason Sampson.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Brent Montela. Yeah, I'm a local realtor also, so I really appreciate the things that the last two people said. Very positive things about Airbnb. We've been operating since 2017 as an Airbnb at the oceanfront, the beach borough. The earlier caller you had from California, where he was trying to explain his driveway, basically we are on the same street. We've registered with the city, we paid the taxes. It's been almost 4 years. They've talked about driveways, everything at our home. It sets up to all the minimum requirements that we've seen so far. I believe the overlay seems to be an issue. I've seen a couple different, so I don't know where we are exactly. But I wanted to come here today to support Airbnb. I've traveled all around the country, stayed at Airbnbs from California, Texas, North Carolina. Owners always rehab these properties to another level. I had to rent this home rented since 2003 for 12 years. When we turned it to an Airbnb, we took it up another level because of the type of people that are actually wanting to rent it, because it's mostly families, not parties, but mostly families. I've had more problems with the tenants next door that are on a yearly lease, parking in the front yards, in the grass, and that's for an entire year that we've had to deal with. So as far as my support for Airbnb, one, I'd like to know if people will be grandfathered that have been actually doing this for 4 years or have had a permanent rental on a yearly lease for the last 17 years, which we have. And that the overlays would change if we are not in that section. So just to conclude, I believe that the personal ownership that the owners take as an Airbnb, because they treat it as a bed and breakfast, is going to end up being a lot better than even the yearly lease owners that are renting it, usually at a lower price. So we are getting better tenants, better guests with short-term rentals than you are in the yearly lease permanent tenants that are coming in. And they take better care of the properties during that time. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you.
Dana Sampson, followed by Jason Sampson, followed by Maggie Chapman.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Dana Sampson. Good afternoon. I'm a member of the Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance. My husband and I are a middle-class family that supplements our income with short-term rentals. I don't see the new proposals regarding short-term rentals as much of a compromise. Tourism is our main industry, paid for by all of Virginia Beach tax dollars, and it seems like the latest proposals aren't for the interest of us, of Virginia Beach as a whole, but mainly for affluent homeowners in the hotel industry. The new regulations essentially shutter our small middle-class STR business in the strongest area of opportunity in Virginia Beach. This is all being proposed during a very tough time for small businesses. Short-term rentals are a needed accommodation option for those who cannot stay in hotels and are the only true social distancing lodging options, especially for those with existing health issues. We are told that the proposed changes have been brought up because short-term rentals are disruptive to neighborhoods. All of the short-term rental hosts that I know, including myself, rent mainly to families and have a no parties description and requirement in our listing. If disregarded, which we've never had happen, the guests would need to immediately vacate the property and lose all the monies they paid for their stay. We've never had a single complaint or issue, and our grandfathered STR has been running now for 4 years. We bought our short-term rental properties with intentions on bringing families to Virginia Beach to experience our city, spend money at our local restaurants, shop, and have fun. We made sure to go to the sessions and council meetings as the ordinance was being put together. We were in agreement with the original ordinance and the sense of fairness brought forth with the original conditions. We are now confused that all the work is being threatened by unnecessary changes for reasons we're unclear about. As I previously pointed out, we've never had an issue, and we do not know any other local host that has. If there are real concerns, this proposal doesn't seem to address them. I'm sure that any homeowner would be happy to work within reasonable short-term rental rules that actually address the problems, leaving the ordinance as is. Making it illegal to rent our property or set extremely strict restrictions does not seem to be any sort of compromise. Property ownership is one of the few resources that many of us can leverage to work hard and make a better life for ourselves. In addition, many of us feel that this is an infringement on our rights as property owners. I would understand if there were restrictions in the property covenants, bylaws, HOA, condo rules when purchased, but when there's not, this seems to be an extreme overreach. We understand that the CUP process is a burden to the city, but rather than eliminating it, instituting overlays and banning the opportunity for future hosts to apply for the CUP outside of the proposed overlays, we ask that the city consider making the process easier and more efficient. We would just ask that you please don't make our small business illegal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jason Simpson, followed by Maggie Chapman, followed by Kim Davenport.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Jason Sampson. Good afternoon, by the way. I live in Virginia Beach, and I'm a member of the Short-Term Rental Alliance. I'm a 38-year resident and real estate investor that owns a multitude of property types, which include a handful of short-term rentals in Virginia Beach, and I'm in favor of short-term rentals throughout the city. I'm here to voice my discontent in how city planning and council have been aggressively, without cause, trying to change the ordinance for short-term rentals approved and passed several years ago. I can say that any person I've spoke to that also does short-term rentals is more concerned with having the approval and support of their neighbors, as well as maintaining better care of our properties than most of the surrounding neighbors. Remember, our goal is to bring people to Virginia Beach and give them an experience that makes them return. So you heard me. I want to say this again. The reason why we do this is to bring people to Virginia Beach and to have them come back. It upsets me that both planning and council continually talk about the alleged complaints from other citizens, but will not and cannot provide proof. I understand that the hotels don't like STRs and have someone lobbying on their behalf because STRs are a threat to their business. As I've owned several businesses throughout the years, it's known that when your business model changes, you have to learn to adapt. Rather than lobbyists trying to limit STRs, they should advise their clients to adapt to short-term rentals, have been here as long as they have, and to further understand technology like Airbnb has threatened their business model. Sorry guys, it's obvious by looking at the numbers that people want to travel and feel local versus being trapped in a small hotel. Furthermore, the fact that a city planning member reached out to an abundance of short-term rental owners, including myself, and threatened us over an emailed petition, some of who were not part of it, is uncalled for and proof that changes need to happen at our city level. Additionally, city planning should not be strong-arming CUP applicants into agreeing to ordinances not approved by City Council in order to get CUPs approved. It's clear by attending these meetings over the last year that Planning and Council have, as they are making up ordinances, bullied their constituents in a direction that has a prominent influencer's best interests in mind. One final point, be very leery of what you're trying to accomplish, as you're infringing on the property rights of all citizens of Virginia Beach with everything you're trying to push here today. I'm a longtime real estate investor and prefer my money to stay local. but the behavior, actions, and uncertain path Virginia Beach is portraying has me taking my investments to other cities, and I know I'm not alone. I volunteer myself in front of you, if desired, as a person to give feedback and opinions in an influential and positive win-win direction so that it fits the desired outcome and objective of not only planning, council, but the citizens and owners of property in the city of Virginia Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Maggie Chapman, followed by Kim Davenport, followed by Kendall Maynard.
Welcome. Please say your name for the record.
Margie Chapman, and I am a property manager with Berkshire Hathaway Property Management, and I have been managing vacation rentals in Virginia Beach for 30 years, and I currently have an inventory of 20 vacation rentals. And our success with assisting our guests shows year after year what the percentage of returning guests and no reports and no negative reports ever reported to the city. Short-term rentals were never considered a major problem until just recently, when it seems that a lot of individual homeowners have decided to become landlords. We want to help you figure out a solution to this problem and not be considered the problem. Some suggestions: let the professional property managers handle the STRs. We know the rules, we follow them. Our history is proof of this. Eliminate the resource-consuming CUP process and implement a simple registration process with the planning department that includes a safety inspection. A previous speaker mentioned have a 3-strike rule. With 3 verified complaints, the planning department could recommend the removal of STRs and the ability to operate. Allow STRs by right in the oceanfront resort overlay and R2 zone with no density caps, and remove the overlays in the north end and East Shore Drive and determine a density cap percentage of the total housing units with concrete facts, excluding the grandfathered STRs. For all STR registration holders, perhaps set the following rules. No annual zoning permit fee required. This can be self-funded with the STR tax revenue. Allow 52 contracts per year with 2 contracts per week throughout the year. 1 parking space for the first 2 bedrooms, 1 space for each additional bedroom. We all know how hard it is to accommodate what you have now, especially with our oceanfront condos. Occupancy limit, keep it at 3 per bedroom. Having an age limit would be difficult to monitor for us. Respond to a complaint verbally within 30 minutes and be on site within 2 hours of notification if needed. Balcony and deck inspections every 5 years for second-level decks or higher. And of course, continuing to allow the grandfather properties to rent indefinitely, providing they follow the guidelines. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kim Davenport, followed by Kendall Maynard, followed by Paige Mayores.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Kim Davenport. I own a small duplex in the North Beach area, which I bought with the intention of renting it as a short-term rental. I bought it in 2019, and in hindsight, my timing on buying the property was not very good because I was not aware of all the regulations and unsettled requirements and the issues that are going about at this time. When I bought the property, I bought it as a short-term rental, and I spent a year updating it and furnishing it, and it needed a lot of work. Like everyone else who has spoken before the commission, my wife and I were very enchanted with the area, appreciate its history and its beauty, and want to share it with others. We want to ultimately live in the area, but this was a means for us to financially pay for the property and ultimately become permanent residents. So I think we can all agree that everybody who speaks here appreciates the area, wants to maintain the integrity of it and the beauty of it. It's a very special place. I was late in applying for the conditional use permit because I was not as aware of it as I should have been, which was my fault. I signed up and paid business taxes, which I thought was all the requirements that were necessary to do a short-term rental. When I found out, I started to do the application process, and of course it's difficult to keep up with all the changing conditions. There was delays caused by the COVID virus and the administration of getting things done, understanding the process. I had further delays by having to work on the surveying of the property. It was an old property. The parking wasn't where it should have been, so I had to have it surveyed, and finally got that settled. So I'm at the point now where I'm applying. I've got a hearing next month before this commission to go over the process, and then hopefully the following month go to the council for a vote. At the last meeting, there was discussion of limitations of properties applying, and there was discussion that permits would only be issued to those properties who are currently existing as short-term rentals legally. And I'd just like to say I think it would be very unfair to pull the rug out from people like myself who are in the process, earnestly trying to comply with the law and go through the process and get the conditional use permit to legally be able to do
Thank you for your
the
comments, sir. Appreciate that. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Kendall Maynard, followed by Paige Mayores, followed by Brendan Beaver.
Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kendall Maynard. Dear Chairman, Planning Commissioner members, thank you to those who have responded to some of our emails. And thank you for your time and service to our great city of Virginia Beach. I have managed trust and property in different states for over 35 years. I am a member of the same Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance. We are working hard together to help with some of these issues. Today, I would like to touch on what these overreaching proposed ordinance amendments may mean to our military families and contractors. As a former military wife, I see that by banning STRs in all of Virginia Beach except these overlays that are proposed and the OR-RT areas, you are cutting off military families' options who may need to STR for a short period of time if they get deployed, and one, cannot long-term rent, or two, cannot sell their homes in time. They've taken orders and they have to leave. Or three, don't want to sell since they will be hopefully returning to our great city. We serve a great area and community, and I want you to think about that. I have personally hosted both military personnel and contractors in my home under short-term rental status. I am grandfathered in. Virginia Beach has a long and proud relationship with the military, and I want us to keep it. Not only is Virginia Beach home to several military facilities, and the Department of Defense, actually I found out, spends $14.8 billion annually in the region. Let that sink in for a second. We have to help our military families as well and let them do short-term rentals. Naval Station Norfolk is the world's largest naval station, which I'm sure you already know. I looked up the population for the military in this area. We are ranked 11th in the state with 9% population that are military, or over 421,000 people. So I request that you look before you leap. This proposal is overreach of government and putting the cart before the horse way before even the simplest things are implemented, like the weekend personnel to take calls for disruptions in neighborhoods that we're being blamed for all the time, and or the current ordinances are even being enforced. The actual numbers do not support a ban on all of Virginia Beach outside of the proposed overlays of the OR and RT areas. This will hurt our tourism and economy when we need to grow the economy. I thought we're here to help grow after this horrible pandemic. And this will also hurt our fine military families and contractors. We want everyone to have options and not be stripped of these options by this proposal, which will affect all of Virginia Beach for forever. Don't go through with it. STRs represent income, tourism, options for military families and contractors, and charm for the families and vacationers. As we have probably all agreed on both sides, no overlays.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Any questions?
Thank you. I really appreciate your time. Have a good afternoon.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Paige Mayoris, followed by Brendan Beavers, followed by Joanne Fox.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Paige Miaras. I'm the principal broker of Atkins Realty. And in the 80 years my brokerage has operated in the North End, we have never seen the problems we hear from some that Airbnb produces. The rogue parties, unsightly trash, shootings, which is a quite low bar to say that we haven't had these problems. But why haven't we? Because we are professionals, we know what we're doing, we respect and preserve our neighborhoods, we have been following the city rules for decades and the rules of decent decorum. Look, Airbnb is a market disruptor. It's not going away. It sparked the entrepreneurial spirit in homeowners, but more importantly, it's changed the way people think about travel. So use us as part of the solution. The city requires people who have sprinkler systems hooked up to the city water supply to produce backflow prevention tests on an annual basis. The city provides a list of contractors to their citizens. Here, you need a professional. Here's a list of them. How much more important is it to have professionals involved in this endeavor? Create incentives for proper management, such as waiving the CUP requirement for people who are registered with Virginia Beach DPOR licensed brokerages. That will end 95% of your problems. This new proposal is clumsy. It will only hurt the good actors. These maps, yes, they will diminish your docket, but they are completely arbitrary. Neighborhoods cut up by council districts. In that respect, I agree with Aaron Rouse on that point that neighborhoods who have a history in this space should have a path forward. All of them should share equally or eliminate the overlays completely. There's a lot of other tinkering in this proposal, and other folks speaking today will give you good suggestions that you should seriously consider. But if you're going to redo the ordinance, you should provide a comprehensive solution, something the public can trust and that will last. Include things like fixing the parking in the high-rise condos, this firm sunset provision for current CUP holders, whether they're a problem or not, is disturbing. And now you want to talk about density measures, which could be a viable conversation, but they need to be grounded in facts, such as the North End is made up of 44% second homes. 44% of the homes in the North End are not owner-occupied. That is a significant fact. A few months ago, the planning department sent postcards out as a notice to all of the proposed overlay districts to inform them of the proposed by right use for short-term rentals, effectively lobbying a lot of the anti-property rights folks to a fever. So if you change this proposal, new postcards need to go out. And where are the postcards to the rest of the city letting them know that their rights are being eliminated? Where is that notice? For those of you who would like to shut down vacation rentals, I'd encourage you to proceed with caution on what you're willing to hand over to your government. They will gladly take it. Property rights are at the foundation of our democracy.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions, please?
I got one.
Question? Ms. Oliver?
Paige.
Yes.
I've got a question to you about, I wrote it down in all this scribble. 44% of the homes in the North End are not
owner-occupied.
Owner-occupied. So where is that number from?
Access to the tax records.
Okay. And are they rentals or are they just second homes?
About 20% of those are rentals, are short-term rentals.
Are short-term rentals old short-term rentals, would you say?
I would say most of them are, I don't know. I would say that probably maybe half of those are grandfathered, but I don't know. Most of mine are grandfathered, but I have access to see a lot of what the city can see as far as that goes.
So there's a difference between what the city can see and then what you're able to see, is that correct?
I have a program where I can see where the Airbnbs and Verbos are operating, which is important to me in my business. And obviously I'm sure we have the same information, actually. I don't think we have different information.
I think so.
And can you say how many, just for your company, how many short-term rentals that you operate? Let's just take, because Virginia Beach is huge, and so is Sandbridge. So let's just take the North End overlay, for instance.
We probably operate 50 grandfathered properties, and obviously we do not manage them unless, if they have to get a CUP, we do not take them in our portfolio until that process is complete. So we have a handful of CUPs, but most of ours are grandfathered.
A grandfather that have been there for a long time.
Yeah, 50 to 60 out of our whole portfolio.
Okay.
But we only operate along the coast.
Right. But I'm just specifically sort of get laser beamed right into the North End, so that, and does that include, when we say that, when I just want to make sure we're clear on the North End, not including the Hollies or Cavalier Shore?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Brandon Beavers, followed by Seth Bloomdale, followed by Lynn Simon.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've been running a Airbnb.
State your name for the record.
Sorry, Brandon Beavers here. I've been doing a VRBO since 2015 at 16th Street. We're very engaged with our tenants, or our short-term rental occupants. Everybody I have to talk to before they rent my home, I'm on the phone with them. I'm interacting. I'm finding out, who are you? Are you coming to my house, or is this a 17-year-old kid wanting to have a high school party when school's out? So we vet everybody who comes through our place. We've never had any complaints. My house was a foreclosed home when I bought it in early 15, and I can guarantee if you drive by, it looks nothing like it did when I bought it. So, I would say the horror stories that you hear about short-term rentals would be the exception, not the rule. I would say out of the 150 almost members of the short-term alliance, these shirts that we're wearing are all like me. We're engaged on our rentals. I'm right down the street. If there's a problem, I'm going to be there. I've got a doorbell camera. I can see what's going on. Decibel readers in the home. I think adding more regulation onto what we already have on the books is the wrong way to go. I feel like we're kind of changing the rules of the game midway through the game. I mean, how does that work, right? I mean, take away these CUPs for folks that have gone through the process. I don't think that's fair. I'm grandfathered in. I don't have a dog in this fight other than to say I've been doing it a long time, and I know the folks that are operating now and have gone through these CUP rules. They shouldn't be negatively affected, in my opinion. Some of the notes I wrote down: enforce the rules that are on the books. I mean, most recently, our buddy, that was on the news last night, if there was a raging party going on, whether it was owner-occupied or a short-term rental, why weren't there police there to shut this thing down? I think we should enforce the rules, whether it's a short-term rental or my home that I live in full-time. If I'm being loud and got cars parked all over the driveway, then enforce the rules that are on the books. I think short-term rentals, someone said earlier, laser-focused, right? We're honing in on these short-term rentals. But what I'm doing is not at a detriment to the neighborhood. I would think that I brought up my home from what it was in 2015. I think short-term rentals should be by right. I'm pretty sure the Constitution says that my home is my castle and I can do with it as such. And I'd like the commission to consider that. I'm all for certain regulations and making sure that folks aren't abusing the system, but I'd like to think that most of short-term operators like myself are doing the right thing and making sure that we're good stewards to the neighborhood and to the city of Virginia Beach. People come to our town because of that ocean front, and I want to share my home that I've lived my entire life with folks that don't get to see it every day the way that I do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Seth Bloomdale, followed by Lynn Simons, followed by Christina Chastain. Seth is not here in person, so we move on to Lynn Simons, followed by Christina Chastain, followed by Todd Solomon.
Welcome, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Good day. I'm Lynn Simmons.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time. So, as I said, I'm Lynn Simmons. I reside here in Virginia Beach. I'm an owner on Baltic Avenue of one of the newer units. So, I'm actually an owner, and I reside in the home. One of the things that just disturbs me about this whole thing is that there's so much blame being placed on the short-term rentals for the high crime, disruptions, et cetera. It's just unfair and unjust. The number of calls that I guess have come out to the city for any disturbances and things are really not excessive and have not put any type of strain on our city resources. The numbers are probably really minimal, so we need to take a look at that. But instead, the short-term rentals are really bringing in opportunities for small businesses, for women and minority-owned businesses, people who have cleaning companies, the landscapers, the handymen. All those companies are being utilized. Also for large businesses even. So when you start looking at the contracts that the Airbnbs do help to use, such as for companies like Two Maids and a Mop is one that I've used before, with quarterly or yearly linens and cleaning services. So we're putting, as well even appliance companies, furniture stores, all of those types of things are now seeing benefits from having Airbnbs. Another thing is that, in terms of positive, is that we do have additional revenue, income coming into the city. Once again, for the small and large businesses, I'm in the Vibe District, so we see many of the small businesses there are thriving because we have a lot of Airbnb Airbnb renters coming in, and they're going to the restaurants, the shops, to the museums, all of those types of things. Tourism has been hurt drastically by this whole pandemic, but the Airbnbs are also helping. Another one of the main things as well is that I have a lot of families that come in, families that are looking for the opportunity to be able to have the full kitchens, for homes, just to have an actual home-like setting versus just being crammed up into small hotels. So it's very important that we find ways to be able to accommodate all types of visitors to Virginia Beach. So that's one of the main things that I think is important here. So we need to allow people to live and fully experience Virginia Beach in any way that they want to. We need to provide them with different types of options available. We need to find a way to not punish those who are doing and conducting business properly and those who are abiding by the rules that have been set forth and set place. A lot of us have done exactly what we need to do, followed all the rules, but then here we are again over and over. It looks like things are just going to be taken away. And we need to look at small businesses and small owners who are just trying to do their best to make it.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Christina Chastain, followed by Todd Solomon, followed by Nancy Parker.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Christina Chastain. I'm coming to you today as the spokesperson of the Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance, so I should be allotted the 10 minutes as we discussed. I promise I will not take all of that.
You won't have 10 minutes because we've had other people from Short-Term Rental Alliance been here also.
No, I'm the speaker for the Short-Term Rental Alliance. I am the official speaker for that group. I've already cleared it up with them out here and with the young lady yesterday that I emailed with.
Is that correct?
Nikki.
Yes, okay, that's fine.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I am the spokesperson for the Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance. My name is Christina Chastain. I am also a lifelong Virginia Beach resident, a North End dweller, a Virginia Beach small business owner, and a short-term rental operator whose property is on 17th Street. The Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance, which I will refer to as the STRA, is comprised of multiple short-term rental operators dispersed all throughout our city. These operators host wonderful families to the Virginia Beach for athletic competitions at the Convention Center and the Sports Center.
These operators host tourists and travelers that come to our fine city for the beach, the ARE, the aquarium, and everything in between. These operators host business people and military families and out-of-towners celebrating special times that will always endear them to the city of Virginia Beach. These operators collect a great deal of lodging and transient occupancy taxes for the city of Virginia Beach, as I'm sure you know. These operators are able to host an alternative to the traditional hotel experience, which has proven to be a considerable market, while hotels still thrive in the meanwhile. We recognize the enormity of this issue, and we appreciate the time it has taken to consider what is best for both property rights and neighbors. We, the residents and property owners of the city of Virginia Beach, are petitioning for a fair, forward-thinking, short-term rental ordinance based on data and not anecdotes. The details of the current proposal under the city's consideration we feel do not meet these standards of quality. As property owners, we should have the right to rent our property for any length of stay. It is unfair to grant certain areas of the city the privilege of by right short-term rental while effectively banning it elsewhere. Here are some facts to consider. According to city staff of Virginia Beach, 88,270 calls were made to 311 in 2020. Only 0.01% of these calls, just 14, were related to STR nuisances. Similarly, only 7% of zoning complaints in 2020 were related to STRs. While STRs are not the problem they are made out to be, the city has nuisance mitigation mechanisms in place for all properties. Whole home STRs make up 0.5% of all housing in Virginia Beach. The Tourism Investment Program Fund is expected to take a $10.5 million reduction to its annual budget in the wake of COVID-19. 56% of travelers approximately in 2021 will want a beach vacation. They have stated this. And with the city's recent request for more tourism funds from the state, now is not the time to limit safe lodging options for travelers. Still, of course, we believe in well-thought-out solutions that empower the respectful, law-abiding operators and weed out those who do not. Responsible hosts exhibit the best of Virginia Beach hospitality to visiting families and our neighbors. If we rent to problematic guests, it is our properties and livelihoods that are on the line. We work hard to be a part of the solution, not the problem, and we should not be punished for a few bad apples or subject to the whims of those who seek to dictate the use of other people's properties. We propose to the city of Virginia Beach, short-term rentals within any overlays should be allowed by right. Recent city discussions have suggested the idea of using the overlays to define where CUP applications will be accepted, instead of by right use. We do not support this as it goes against our shared goal of reducing the cumbersome CUP process for all involved. Those outside of any STR overlays with an existing CUP have earned the right to keep it. The city should honor this commitment and allow those CUPs to review. We, the law-abiding citizens, taxpayers, business owners, property owners, and residents of Virginia Beach ardently oppose the proposed sunset of the permits we have earned if our property falls outside of an arbitrary boundary that has not existed until now. We ask you to consider a manageable system to allow future responsible hosts outside of overlays to short-term rent. Virginia Beach needs tourism, and tourism needs STRs now and in the future. In addition to contributing to lodging taxes, STRs bring revenue for our entire economy, from the property care specialists we hire to the local businesses we recommend to our guests. This revenue and the jobs that rely on it stay in Virginia Beach. Should new permits not be allowed, the attrition of short-term rentals will hurt the entire local tourism economy. We ask the city to work together with the short-term rental community to leverage proven solutions that are already employed within Virginia Beach and other beach destinations. The short-term rental community can and does implement technological solutions, standards, and best practices faster and more effectively than any municipal government ever could. The city can use this to its own advantage by employing the professional solutions already in place in Virginia Beach and other destinations to fast-track the implementation of high standards, successful compliance, and effective enforcement. This can only be achieved through open conversation and collaboration with the exemplary short-term rental operators in our very community. We ask our elected officials to take this valued and appointed officials to take this valuable opportunity to create a reasonable, open-minded, and forward-thinking approach to an ordinance that works for all today and tomorrow. The leadership committee of the VBSTRA has also spent many hours these last few months crafting fair and effective short-term rental policies. We believe these policies are achieved through compromise and collaboration, not with bans or onerous restrictions. We believe this policy framework that I will be laying out can serve as a foundation for a comprehensive and enforceable solution, thereby alleviating the resource-consuming CUP process. I know you all were here for that meeting in July when I think it went till maybe 1:30 in the morning. The VBSTRA remains committed to an open dialogue with the City of Virginia Beach and community members in the weeks and months ahead. The following is our proposal. Item 1, for the Oceanfront Resort Overlay and the RT Zone, STRs be allowed by right with no density caps. Those are the only overlays. Item 2, remove North End and East Shore Drive overlays. Item 3, for all areas outside of the Oceanfront Resort Overlay and RT Zone, excluding Sandbridge, of course, a density cap of 1% of total housing units, excluding grandfathered STRs and Sandbridge. Currently, this equates to about 1,800 STRs total throughout the city. Eliminate resource-consuming CUP process. Implement a simple registration process with the planning department with a safety inspection. A 3-strike rule should be implemented. With 3 verified complaints, the planning department could recommend the removal of an STR's registration and ability to operate. For all STR registration holders, Sandbridge exempt, of course, is item 4. No annual zoning permit requirement. Zoning enforcement to be self-funded via STR tax revenue. 52 contracts per year, allowing 2 contracts per week for flexibility across peak, shoulder, and off-seasons. 1 parking space for the first 2 bedrooms, 1 space for each bedroom thereafter. Occupancy limit of 2 people per bedroom, excluding children under 16. Safety inspection, a $75 fee. Inspection required for new registration and at renewal every 3 to 5 years. A responsible party able to respond to a call within 30 minutes and be on site within 2 hours of notifications. And of course, fines for non-compliance. Item 5, community engagement and continued review of an STR program. We suggest advisory board that would meet every other month to provide guidance and recommendations on administration, enforcement, and other policies pertaining to STR permitting. Members should consist of STR hosts, non-hosts, industry stakeholders, and Virginia Beach elected officials. If I may just shed a little light on this past weekend, we all absolutely agree that what happened was unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Responsible and compliant operators like those in the VBSTRA do not stand for this behavior. As we propose, we'd like to see the city find a way to get all STRs registered properly so that they have enforcement mechanisms in place so the bad actors can be weeded out immediately. The VBSTRA is dedicated to compliant, responsible hosting and STR operation. I thank you all, Planning Commission, so much for your consideration and collaboration.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Todd Solomon, followed by Nancy Parker, followed by Holly Elliott.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiner and Commission members. My name is Todd Solomon. I live in Cape Story by the Sea, one of the proposed ordinance districts, and I'm also the current president of the Shore Drive Community Coalition. The SDCC, along with the city's sponsored Bayfront Advisory Commission and the Cape Story by the Sea Civic Association, have all voted to oppose the overlay, the East Shore Drive overlay, which is basically Cape Story Overlay District. We've asked that you reconsider what your shrunken version of, but you still have as a district. We ask that you reconsider that and have that request that be removed. This district was created by Councilman Wood as part of the proposal ordinance change to you. He has since decided that he will go on record. He's going to recommend the removal of this district when it comes back to him. So we would suggest that you do the same likewise, take the initiative to have that removed. We feel like we're being, for some reason, identified as, there's only 3 in the whole city, and we're being targeted out in this neighborhood. And we don't understand why. The comprehensive plan and the Shore Drive Corridor Plan both recommend or mention that this area should be first and foremost a resort community and not a resort destination. So it shouldn't be continued in perpetuity after all this is done as a district where we want to keep having short-term rentals turn over and add more and maintain that. So I mean, if that's the purpose, you need to explain to us why Cape Story is so much different than the rest of the city, especially the rest of Shore Drive. What's listed in the ordinance change as a reason to have Cape Story is that we have multifamily dwellings. Well, you obviously know there's more multifamily dwellings in the rest of the city, not just Cape Story. And I would go so further to say that having a duplex as a short-term rental is probably one of the worst things to have, especially if you're the one who's living in it next door and somebody's changing that over twice a week. That'd be crazy. Close to the Chesapeake Bay, well, I can't argue that. Cape Story is close to the Chesapeake Bay, but so is Ocean Park, so is Chicks Beach. Croatan is close to the Atlantic Ocean, and it's not in an overlay, so that doesn't make any sense either. And then as far as rentals being established in our area, I've yet to see data that shows that. According to Director Tahan, we have the potential to have 32 units registered already that are grandfathered. Your recommendation here is to have 200 homes at 10%, so that's 20. So you're already above that. So just removing us as a district will cap it at the potential grandfathered 32 forever. So I mean, it makes the most sense to remove us. We are first and foremost a community. We've had the longest 4th of July parade. It's older than the city is. We have fireworks. We used to have fireworks, sorry, we got regulated. 4th of July parade. We've got, it's first and foremost, and having turnover after turnover just seems it doesn't fit well into our community. And we've also emailed you not only the oceanfront, the north end, with their issues with the shooting, but Chicks Beach, short-term rental, had a shooting too, which being investigated by the detective.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Any questions? Mr. Solomon. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nancy Parker, followed by Holly Elliott, followed by Ben Aber.
Welcome, Mrs. Parker.
Thank you. Long day for you all again. Thank you for being here. Chairman Weiner and members of the Planning Commission, my name is Nancy Parker, a 55-plus year resident. I live in the 500 block of 23rd Street, and I'm opposed to short-term rentals as they are game changers for residential and communities and require to contend with the multiple impacts of these business entities. I recognize there's some that are already here. Number one, there's been a plethora of STR approvals throughout the city, and we have not experienced a full season with all the festivals to fully appreciate the impacts on the residential neighborhoods. Most of these festivals are less than a week. The rental of an STR for less than a week has already exposed neighbors to behavior that is totally unacceptable, resulting from house parties. While owners sleep with visions of dollar signs dancing in their dreams, the neighbors are dealing with the nightmares. Number two, the issue of parking is not resolved with the requirement of 1 parking space per bedroom. This is only effective at night if there are parking restrictions on the street. Overflow parking from daytime activities and guests impact the residential streets. Including the RT1, 3, and 4 in the STR process may seem innocuous until examined on the granular level. Several of the RT3 sites contain multiple acres, with one being on the edge of the Shadowlawn community. Several other RT3 sites are adjacent to residents who might have something to say if one of the orange conditional use permit signs for an STR were in the front yard. And additionally, the only RT4 is at 2216A and B on Baltic Avenue, which was denied by the City Council less than a year ago. This is a strange and perplexing addition to the process. The ability to change a neighborhood to an STR overlay district, Section 2301B, should be adjusted to a higher percentage than the present 60%. If an investor, who usually lives outside of the neighborhood, owns multiple units, they have a weighted advantage in the process. The city requirement for the creation of a special service district is 80% of affected property owners, and traffic calming programs require 75% of the affected street neighbors. The bar to move a community to an STR overlay should be much higher. The only person on your body that has experienced firsthand the issues of short-term rental is George Alcaraz. Listening to his experience expressed during your deliberations should give you pause. Remember, do-overs are usually too late. Stable residential communities are the backbone of any successful city. Why do STRs get precedent over your long-standing residents? The bottom line, do you want an STR next to you? Would you buy your forever home next door to an STR? I don't think so, and neither would I.
Thank you
for your time.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Holly Elliott, followed by Ben Abar, followed by Stephen Bouchard.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Holly Malis Elliott, and I am a lifelong resident of the city of Virginia Beach oceanfront. When I was born, we lived on 26th Street, and when I was 6 months old, my parents moved to Chatillon, where I grew up, and they lived there until 2006. My father also owned and operated Around the World Mini Golf, which was located on the corner of 16th Street and Pacific Avenue, so I guess you could say I grew up there as well. I absolutely love our city. The only time I've ever lived away from the oceanfront was when I went to college. I currently live in the 800 block of 12th Street, where I assist in hosting a short-term rental across the street. Our street is a mixture of owner-occupants and long-term renters. My experience has not at all been the experience that some of the other people have talked about in the North End and wherever. And I'm really here just to share that with you. We are renting to families, people seeing the ocean for the first time in their life, people coming to visit family, military who are stationed in Norfolk and taking leave, moms with their daughters here for a cheer competition, 3 girls who are nurses who were here taking some training classes at EVMS, and most recently, a traveling ER nurse who was here for almost a month working in the area, and a lawyer from New Orleans working from home and just needed a change of scenery. Who wouldn't want to host these folks? Some of our guests have thanked us for the alternative option because they aren't able to afford a hotel at the beach. A lot of them need a full kitchen because while maybe they can afford a hotel, they can't afford to eat every single meal out at a restaurant. Some of them just want the luxury of being close to the oceanfront, but still have that neighborhood environment. I have now managed both short-term rentals and long-term rentals, and I can tell you that the difference is significant. I'm so sorry about what happened in the North End, and it is awful, and it is unacceptable. But I believe that part of the blame for that falls on management and the owners. You don't have to accept every booking request. Ask questions. If something strikes you, ask more questions, and that may lead you to realize that you don't need to rent to these people and reject it. I believe we need regulations, we need enforcement, but I also think we need a chance to make this work. I think it's beneficial to all of us, and I think that short-term rentals should be permitted, and if they can't operate properly and effectively and follow the rules, revoke that permit so that the ones of us that do manage them properly, effectively, and follow the rules can continue to operate. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Next speaker is Ben Abar, followed by Stephen Bouchard, followed by Leslie Richards.
Welcome.
My name is Ben Aber, disabled vet, spent 24 years serving our country. And one of the things I wanted to do when I came home was live in the Chesapeake Beach area. As housing prices have risen, that became an option that wasn't affordable to me until I found an old dilapidated duplex. I was able to purchase it for pennies on the dollar because it was an eyesore to the neighborhood. I then spent $300,000 renovating it to where now it's one of the nicest houses on the street. From everything I've heard from everyone today, one of the biggest issues is it's not so much to have STRs or not have STRs. It doesn't seem like there's a blanket statement that one size fits all. Everyone here is either in support of STRs or more regulations on STRs, but what I'm hearing is an overlay, all it's going to do is take away the individual rights of all these people, either inside the overlay or outside of the overlay. So I think the problem is it's the one size fits all mentality that we're trying to apply to the city of Virginia Beach instead of looking at each individual property and each individual situation. In light of that, a lot of this has been talked about, so I'm going to fly through it. It's known that there's positive economic impacts on consumers and the tourism industry, which Virginia Beach comprises itself of. There's positive impacts on neighborhoods and local businesses and the local economy. Chesapeake Beach, or Chicks Beach, as you guys know, has HK, Zia Maria's, Bowie 44, Commonwealth Brewery, all businesses that thrive on the local economy there inside that neighborhood. Allowing STRs in that neighborhood, STRs, guests stay 2.1 times longer and spend 1.8 more times money in the local economy, which helps support those businesses inside those smaller neighborhoods. Some of the impacts that haven't been talked about yet that I was actually kind of surprised of is the environmental impacts. Studies have shown that energy efficient STRs, North American guests use up to 63% less energy when staying at STR. That's our water levels, that's our energy consumption. That's something as a nation we should be concerned about and strive to do better with. The other one is the effect on the coronavirus and the community, which has obviously impacted all of us over the past year. SDRs have been a mainstay for stranded travelers that either are dealing with flight cancellations, border closings, or have had their chances of cutting off return and can't afford to stay in a hotel long term. It's also been used as shelters for emergency personnel and those that are vulnerable to the sick. A lot of police officers and first responders have stayed in STRs to avoid exposing their family members, their children, and their loved ones to the potential risk of coronavirus. The other issue that I've heard arisen is crime and noise. We have within the city of Virginia Beach and as a nation the ways to deal with those things. I would simply suggest that we utilize the things that we already have in place.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, that was the last in-person speaker. We will now move to virtual speaker.
Right.
The first virtual speaker is Stephen Bashar, followed by Leslie Richards, followed by Seth Bloomdale. Mr. Bashar, if you can please hold for 3 seconds before making your comments. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us speak today. I just want to echo primarily what the supporters of the STRs are sharing today. We're a family that's from Virginia Beach. We have several year-round rentals and recently have brought into business some short-term rentals. One point, we have more problems with our long-term yearly rentals than we do with any short-term rental properties that we own. I just want to mention too that the key to this that we have found is really to have an active, even a proactive, swift, capable, and professional management company. For example, our manager and management company lives in the Old Beach area, kind of central to where most of our short-term rental holdings are. He's usually able to be at site within 10 minutes when there's an issue. And so that's proven very, very effective for us. I also ask that if it does turn out that there are any changes to the ordinance, that anyone that's grandfathered in any way would be protected in all respects as the current ordinance stand today. I think that would be a wise and fair way to handle things. There certainly is a place in Virginia Beach, and even internationally we're seeing for Airbnbs, it's becoming, it seems to be the preferred way for people to stay in places. They turn it over different kind of uses. And so I think we need to preserve that in some respect. And I appreciated Ms. Chastain's way of looking at it. I know there are various people with various views and ideas and opinions, but there has to be a way to preserve the free market or somewhat of a free market approach. Some of these families that we heard from, I mean, it sounds like their sole income, their sole livelihood is based on their ability to maintain a short-term rental business. Lastly, it seems like that problems associated with short-term rentals are very minimal when it's looked at in a large, lens. All of our rentals, for example, we have some things in some situations, maybe we have some tenants that have parties, but I can say so far, at least with ours, our short-term rentals have had no problems, no situations, no issues to come up. And so appreciate you hearing it, and thank you for the opportunity.
The next speaker is Leslie Richards, followed by Seth Bloomdale, followed by Andrea D'Angelo. Ms. Richards, if you can please hold for 3 seconds before beginning your comments.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Leslie Richards, and I live in the North End. Both my husband and I are opposed to allowing short-term rentals without a CUP process and meaningful enforcement and penalties. STRs endanger our safety and enjoyment of our home and life for our family and pets. We are year-round residents and love our community and the North End family. The behavior of those renting STRs has progressively gotten worse each year. The new renters are less respectful, and per their own comments, they are entitled because they paid for it. They aren't concerned about having to face their neighbors for their actions because they are gone in a couple of days. I was not aware of the 311 hotline, so now that I am aware, I will make sure to, make my complaints known. But that may be why you don't have a lot of records for people who have issues, because they don't know about that outlet. My experience with short-term renters includes them peeing off balconies, bottles thrown on our decks, trash in the streets, them wanting to fight, and excessive nonstop noise and partying at each turnover. They are confrontational and aggressive. I can't enjoy my home because of the fear and anxiety of the next one. Will the next one be worse than the last one? This year has already started with a bang, as we all, I'm sure, are aware of the 2 flash parties that just occurred down the street from me. There were gunshots, drag racing, trash, including shell casings, and excessive noise and screaming. I'm afraid to walk my dog at night or sit on my porch for fear of being hit by a stray bullet. Is this the Virginia Beach we want? There are more than enough hotels in the area who have the proper infrastructure and security to ensure no one gets out of hand. Renters choose STRs because the cost per person is so low and they can get away with a lot more than if they were in a hotel. Neighbors are left to fend for themselves with little assistance from the police. At least that is my experience. In regards to the North End overlay and STRs, I am against the overlay for the North End. If STRs are to be allowed, they should require approval via CUP. Limit the frequency to 1 rental per week. In regards to the North End density calculation, it should be based on current legal STRs and capped at no more than 5%. No new CUPs should be approved until the density is below 5%. The proposed 15% is excessive, especially since there are no shortage of hotel options. Additional zoning inspectors and enforcement teams should be in place prior to granting more CUPs to handle complaints, rather than the homeowner having to contact the responsible party due to fear of retaliation. Safety of our Virginia Beach residents should be our top concern. Why should enjoyment of my home be reduced due to a for-profit business in a neighborhood? By allowing STRs, we endanger our community, family-friendly environment, and disrupting our neighborhood and happiness. I ask that STRs be limited with strict enforcement, penalties for violations, and CUP requirements for our own safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Seth Bloomdale, followed by Andrea D'Angelo, followed by John Minorino. Mr. Bloomdale, if you can please pause for 3 seconds before starting your comment. Line, we will move on to the next speaker, Andrea D'Angelo, followed by John Mariano, followed by William Duke. Mr. D'Angelo, please start your comments.
Sorry, this is Andrea D'Angelo. Thank you for your time today and the ability to speak. I am a new homeowner in Croatan, and I knew that the STRs were available here because I myself had rented with my family for several years before actually coming to purchase a home. It seems to me that I was not aware of the conflict by any means going on between renters and owners. And it seems to me that the voices of a few, though, should not be able to regulate the rights of everyone else. There is a public beach and a parking lot in our neighborhood that some feel that renters are much less desirable. These families spend money here in our restaurants, the aquariums and attractions, and they add to the neighborhood with their excitement and pleasure of beach life for a short time. Especially after a year of being locked up for COVID, this seems even more important than ever. I think for some people, this income allows the opportunity to make improvements on their properties, which adds to the values of the neighborhood in general. And the opportunity to share this place with families who cannot afford to buy here is very rewarding. I know my family enjoyed this privilege for years, making wonderful memories. I would ask that we allow the STRs to continue to exist while maintaining rules to keep these visits safe and positive for everyone. There are regulations in place, and we should do our best to ensure a good experience for everyone. But we need to be good neighbors, not combatants. The beach is for everyone. Let's find an equitable resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next speaker is John Mariano, followed by William Duke, followed by Robert Goodman. Mr. Mariano, you can please pause for 3 seconds and start before starting your comment.
Hi, this is John Manarino. Can you hear me? Thank you.
You can start your comment, sir.
Hi. I only have a couple of questions because Croatan is not in an overlay district, and we hope that Croatan would not be in an overlay district. The concern I have is the sunsetting of CUPs that already exist and the definition of grandfathering. To me, it's a bit hazy, and I'm not sure whether or not we fully understand and appreciate that some of the properties in Croatan, which may be grandfathered, have thus far been long-term rentals and not short-term rentals. Those short-term rentals, which are in possession of CUPs, I understand that those will sunset so that we can retain the character of the neighborhood without having to go through the struggles that we're seeing in the north end. And as to the previous comments about the accessibility of the beach and what it means to residents that are here, it doesn't seem that the individuals are looking at the fact that homeowners have a sizable investment in their properties as well. And just because an individual is looking to make a short-term investment in a short-term rental doesn't mean it's going to be beneficial to me as a long-term renter. So once again, please, if we can just have some more qualification on what it means to sunset a CUP after 5 years and what it means to be grandfathered, it would clarify to those of us living outside of an overlay district what that means for the future of our neighborhoods. I also would like to suggest that 60% petition rate to establish an overlay district be raised again to something like 75 or 80%, which one of your previous speakers said about the SSD and about the traffic changes. That's the extent of my comments. Thank you.
The next speaker is William Duke, followed by Robert Goodman, followed by Andrea Chambers. Mr. Duke, you can please start your comment.
Duke, and starting over. I'm William Duke, and I am the vice chairman of the Tidewater Libertarian Party. I'm not speaking on behalf of the TLP, but you should know that I am a libertarian, and I am also speaking only for myself. And I also run an Airbnb with my wife in our large home. We rent out rooms and we stay there. Regarding short-term rental overlays, I'm I'm completely in favor of the Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Association's recommendations. And I'm frankly, I believe it's great to have meaningful and useful regulations of these short-term rentals. But I'm appalled that you would create these zones where you would, I don't think it's very well thought out. You're clearly going to be changing the nature of the neighborhoods because there will be so many people who will want to start STRs in the near future. They're going to have to be in that property, that area. You're going to change the nature of that overlay, and you're also restricting the rights, the property rights of people throughout the city who don't live there. It's not very libertarian by any means to extend certain rights to one area but not to another. And you will see a change in both inside and outside of these overlay districts as people who expect to have the right to run short-term rentals realize that they have to move to do so, buy property elsewhere to do so. It's going to be a disaster. Thank you.
Next speaker is Robert Goodman, followed by Andrea Chambers, followed by Margaret Roncini. Mr. Goodman, if you can please start your comment. Your comment. Robert Goodman.
You still have me.
I'm trying to, oh, am I unmuted now?
Please start your comments over.
I'm Robert Goodman, a lifelong resident of the north end of Virginia Beach. I would strongly urge you not to have an automatic short-term rental permitted in the north end of Virginia Beach. It should only be by permit. And the permits should be subject to some strict rules and requirements. You don't have a right of enforcement if it isn't a practical matter. The first thing is that it ought to be revocable if there are problems. Secondly, they should be sunset after a period of time so that they can be reviewed from time to time so that no one person gets a lock for life on a rental. There should also be a limit on density. I would recommend 5% of the total dwelling structures within a street. The 1% within a city could leave a whole areas flooded. And with respect to a street in the north end, I think you should include the Ocean Avenue numbers that have the same street number and the feeder road that has the same street numbers so that you get to the density, and it should be by sides, one on each side of Atlantic if you're going to get there. The process should be taken into heavy account any objection by the neighbors. For example, Mr. Davenport application is strongly opposed by his neighbors. He can rent by the week now. The issue is short-term rental. That should be limited to one rental per week under any of these applications at the north end. There should also be a look at that's not going to adversely affect the live oaks and things like that when they clean up to destroy the neighborhoods for the sake of a little bit more money. There should be inspection by the fire inspectors because we're suddenly looking at greater densities. And these are short-term rentals. These are not normal rentals. The inspectors should be paid out of a special fund that should be assessed against as a special tax on this. And the inspectors should be permitted in the permit to go into the house to be sure that there are not more bedrooms than are authorized. So there needs to be an authorization to go in without a search warrant. I would strongly say that with behavior consequences, such as expressed recently, that would involve multiple violations. You don't need 3 strikes over 3 different days, that 3 strike point would have been more than covered by what happened at 56th Street, for example, and that permit should be revoked effective immediately. If you're going to do that, you give a chance of preserving the residential character of the North End, which, despite what people are saying, is there. And when we talk about the finances and of the property values going up, yes, but the residential value goes down. You want to live next to a 56th Street set of things, only if you're going to buy the next one and do the same thing that's doing right now. Otherwise, you're going to move. That's not what your responsibility is to us as long-term citizens. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Andrea Chambers, followed by Margaret Zontini, followed by Andrew Cohen. Ms. Chambers, if you can please start your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Chambers. I just recently bought a home in the North End last year, coincidentally on 56th Street. My understanding is that the City Council has found that some areas of the city where short-term rentals are not compatible with residential use of the surrounding communities due to the concerns of excessive noise, illegal or improper parking, congestion, litter, and interference with the quiet enjoyment of the residential neighborhood where they live. We experienced all of these issues with a short-term rental in our neighborhood this weekend. As you know, there was a massive party at a short-term rental at Holly and 56th Street that started on Friday night and continued all the way through Sunday. My neighbor called the police at midnight on Friday due to excessive noise. The police responded, but were not able to shut down the party because they did not have the right to do so, according to what they indicated. The party continued till 3 a.m. that night, at which time 8 shots were fired, and there apparently was a shooting victim. To surprise of everyone, the party continued on Saturday night. I was out of town and received multiple texts Saturday showing cars blocking my driveway, running over my lawn, and I was informed that folks were shouting obscenities at my neighbors and that the police returned but were not able to shut down the party again. There was twerking on top of police cars, and neighbors said the party didn't end until 5 a.m. and the partygoers were loud, leaving the party as well. Due to concern with my safety of my property, I drove 10 hours home to get home to see if the mayhem would continue on Sunday. I understand this was an illegal Airbnb, but I don't see how adding an overlay to make it legal would help anything. Concerning the density, I'm very concerned with the density issues. And I note that the Marriott owner was able to somehow carve out an exception to the overlay, which seems unfair to the rest of us in the North End who don't want this for our neighborhoods. We were planning to make this as our retirement home. We spend money at restaurants like people are saying they want people to come here to spend money at restaurants and shops. We do that, all the time since we're living here now. So we would also like to be able to bring our children here to visit and see the ocean and have a safe place for them to come. If you're going to we strongly oppose the overlay. If there's going to be a continuation of short-term rentals, we would support continued use of the conditional permit process. I was impressed by listening this morning to those applications and how careful the council was, or the zoning committee was, in reviewing them. We would support a minimum stay of requirement, in my view, of 1 month. When I was purchasing my condo here, I was told that most of the condos had docks that.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Margaret Zontini, followed by Andrew Cohen, followed by Michael Kelly. Ms. Zontini, please start your comments.
Most of the conversation that we've had today, and you've heard many good suggestions, which I think is wonderful. Sadly, I live on a street where there are 6 rentals, whether they're STRs, I have no idea, or who goes through them, of Airbnbs, but I can tell you that over the last 5 years, we have had incredible amount of parties and nonsense and cars. And it's not just all families, it's just an abundance of all kinds of things. and it goes on until the wee hours of the morning. I think that I'm totally against overlays. I think there could be an equitable resolution to 90% of it. And I do think we need desirable regulations, but just to give a blanket automatic lot for life is just not, it's not cohesive to a neighborhood. And the North End is a neighborhood. My grandfather built the house that I live in 1933, and it's remained in our family ever since. And it started out as a lovely little neighborhood. I don't want that to change. And I greatly appreciate the fact that you all have let us give our opinions and our voices today. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Andrew Cohen, followed by Michael Kelly, followed by Thomas Lopesti. Mr. Cohen, please start your comment.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Andrew Cohen. I'm a property owner and a full-time year-round resident of the North End, where I've owned a home for 20 years. I speak in support of the North Virginia Beach Civic League position on short-term rentals, which seeks to preserve the residential character of the North End. While short-term rentals may be compatible with commercial zoning of the OR and RT districts, they are not compatible with the residential zoning of the North End. At the recent Planning Commission workshop on STRs, I was deeply disturbed that commissioners were willing to recommend an STR density of 15% for the North End, higher than the 10% recommended for the Shore Drive district, based on data that staff explained is unreliable, stating that they have no way to determine the current actual number of STRs in the North End. Further, the staff said that the data that they provided included a significant number of properties that were grandfathered as STRs and also a significant number of unpermitted and illegal STRs, but that they had no way to separate those out in the data. Your staff told you that the Commissioner of the Revenue has at least some of this data, but would not share it with you. Before making an arbitrary recommendation for a 15% density of STRs in the North End, Planning Commission should ask Council to direct the Commissioner of Revenue to provide the data that you need to make a properly informed recommendation. Any recommendation by this Planning Commission on whether to create an STR overlay for the North End, and if so, what density to allow on that overlay, must be based on reliable data. Further, the baseline for any such recommendation must be based on the current number of legally permitted STRs and not on a number or density that includes grandfathered or illegal STRs. So to conclude, I request the Planning Commission adopt the position of the North Virginia Beach Civic League as follows. The North End should not be in an STR overlay. However, if the North End is in an STR overlay, STR applications must be reviewed and approved through the conditional use permit process. You must limit STRs to a density reflecting the current number of legal STRs in the North End, or no more than 5% of residences. STRs should be limited to a frequency of 1 rental per week. STR applications shall require a current physical survey and site plan showing the proposed parking plan, and additional zoning inspectors must be funded and hired as needed to enforce STR regulations. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share my remarks with you.
Next speaker is Michael Kelly, followed by Thomas Lopesti, followed by Martin Warrant. Mr. Kelly, please pause for 3 seconds before starting your comment.
This is Michael Kelly. I'm the president of the Croatan Civic League. And I want to say, first of all, I appreciate the challenging issues and problems that you're dealing with. I think MIT calls it a wicked hard problem. Everybody is trying to do the best they can from their interests and concerns, and thus the problem becomes even more complex because we're also dealing with people's lives. Our board reviewed the current change recommendations and support the current change recommendations. You've seen our comments before in letters, and so I won't go in very much detail. I guess I would just highlight 3 things. The first is grandfathering. It is vague and it's not clear, and it's not clear how a grandfathered property would come into compliance. Secondly, as has been pointed out, there is no central list that identifies what properties are registered as STRs, likewise, what properties are grandfathered. And therefore, neighbors and communities probably don't have a very good way of being able to look for both the issues as well as to be helpful in their recommendations. And finally, I think clearly there is not an adequate process for reporting. It doesn't work right now very well. The responses don't seem to work very well right now. And it's already been mentioned that there is an inadequate ability to enforce. And obviously, whatever you do, you've got to be able to enforce the regulations. Again, you're doing the best you can. I think you're doing a pretty good job at trying to get through all of this, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Thomas Lopesti, followed by Martin Warrant, followed by Gail Johnston. Mr. Lopesti, please start your comment.
My name is Tom Lopresti. I'm also part of the Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance. I am in favor of short-term rentals. I think they should exist by right within the entire city. I don't believe in the overlay districts. I think you are taking people's fundamental right to do with what they want to their property. You guys are being, I feel that the Planning Commission is being bullied into an enforcement and regulatory role instead of planning. And that's done by the city council and a lot of these groups like the North End. I appreciate them. I appreciate their concerns. I don't want, people trashing my property or, misbehaving. And I'm a renter and an owner, but, the world's changing. People are changing. The city's changing. And I get it. You guys don't want change. You're afraid of it. But that's not a reason to, ban my right to use my property how I want. There's already enforcement on the books. We already know there's rules and regulations governing people's behavior. We just need to enforce those things. Get rid of the CUP process. Get rid of all this nonsense that you're wasting your time on and let this thing take fold. The only reason why you're doing it now is because it hasn't existed as long as long-term rentals. But, long-term rentals are worse in every aspect than short-term rentals. They just are. The data is there to prove that. And I get these people don't want short-term rentals. Then they're not going to want long-term rentals. Then they're going to not want young people moving in their neighborhood. Then they're not going to want people moving in the neighborhood that don't, speak with an American accent. Where does it stop? You're not going to always get the perfect little bubble in neighborhood. Things change, and I'm sorry, but that's just life. So let it happen, but don't rely on the government to, remove your rights or anyone's rights because you're uncomfortable with something. I really appreciate you guys taking the time. I think everyone is really passionate about this, but, let's let this develop and unfold for a few years before we start just getting pushed into doing things that we don't know the consequences of, like the whole parking thing. You got people tearing up these beautiful lawns to make room for parking so they can, because they want to comply and do what's right. 99% of the owners want to do what's right. We want to register. We want to pay our taxes. We want to do what's right by the government, by the city, by our neighbors. But you guys make it so hard. I can't tell you how many people I know that are running short-term rentals that aren't registered because they know they won't get approved. They know the city's against them. They don't want to speak up. They don't want to do these things. They would love to, but they know it's just not going to happen. So I don't know. That's my 2 cents. I appreciate you guys listening to me. And please do what you can to support the short-term rentals because we're here to help you guys and succeed as a city, one nation. Thank you.
Next speaker is Martin Warrant, followed by Gail Johnston, followed by Bob Hughes. Mr. Warrant, please start your comment.
It's been a long day, and I thank you very much for your attention, which I don't imagine has been easy at all. A lot has been said. I live at the North End. For the last 30 of the 60 years I've been in Virginia Beach, before that, Norfolk. And I'm a full-time resident on 66th Street. I was a little bit confused by some of the commentary because I thought this overlay thing was what we had done. The North End was burdened by the city with grandfathered ability for people to build condominiums, two-family duplex apartments, and so forth and so on small lots. And that was done all over the North End starting probably 20 years ago. And the overlay that we created was to allow people to have smaller dwellings rather than the big box dwellings. And that's how the overlay came about for us. Now, as for regarding the short-term rental situation, there have always been rentals at the North End. Those residents that are here know about it and live with it, and there hasn't been much of a problem. The problem is Airbnb, which has expanded it to an industry. And an industry is a commercial activity, and there is no space in a residential area for commercial activities. Now, we're not going to eliminate short-term rentals, but there absolutely must be a control over short-term rentals. To that end, I believe that the city has the capacity to find out what percentage of the housing at the North End is rented, and let that be the base and the percentage accepted. There's no way to increase that activity. I don't want increased rentals in my neighborhood. There should be no official sanction to increase the average rental percentage at all. Now, residents of the North End have not indicated any animosity towards rentals, but they're absolutely opposed to increasing the volume of them. The city has an obligation to provide for health and safety. Nothing in your plan at the point that I'm aware of for the North End addresses those obligations. You owe nothing to those willing to alter living conditions for the many for personal profit. The changes you present cater to them, ignoring the bedrock residents of the city of Virginia Beach. I strongly urge that there be no increased rentals at the North End. And I thank you very much, and I recognize you've got a tough job. Signing off.
Next speaker is Gail Johnston, followed by Bob Hughes, followed by Barbara Sherrill. Ms. Johnston, please start your comment.
Hi, my name is Michael Weaver. I'm Gail's son. She had to run to a doctor's appointment. I think she didn't realize how long this would last. I'm just going to very briefly go over what she wanted me to go over. I'm the third generation, longtime resident here. My grandfather built the home that we currently rent out as an STR. We've been renting it out for 9 years, and that time we've had one problem the entire time that we personally enforced. We have no complaints from our neighbors. Now we're a little different because we're literally right next door, so we can enforce immediately, which is part of the reason why it's easier for us to enforce. But there are a couple of things that we were sort of concerned with. One is that the overlays create sort of an unfair concentration. A lot of people have already said this, but it's worth reiterating. An unfair concentration in certain areas, it doesn't really resolve any of the concerns people have for their safety or the safety of their neighborhood within those overlays, unless there's a means of enforcing rules and stopping people from basically disturbing the peace. That seems to be a very important thing that we absolutely need to address, but I'm not 100% sure how the proposed changes would in any way address that. The other thing is, in addition to the obvious, the revenue that comes in, the beneficial safety of a home as opposed to a hotel in the time of COVID, we really do have some concerns with the proposed limits on the number of people that can be at the home. A lot of the people that stay at our rental are here to see family. And so they come and they gather at the home. We may want to expand the number of people who are allowed to be in the home in addition to renters. It should be, maybe more like 10 additional people. I'm not sure that's something that should be discussed. And then, quite frankly, I think that if we want to protect people, from what I have been hearing about what happened here on the North End Sunday night, the cops were on our property at I think 3 a.m. with rifles and dogs and flashlights. Yeah, that's not okay, but I don't see how that's going to be fixed with anything we're talking about, because as far as I know, the reason they were here Sunday has nothing to do with STRs, right? We had somebody complaining to us about it. It's a resident nearby who apparently has had some problems before. We're not going to be more or less safe because of STRs unless we have specific ways to enforce conduct for people who are visiting. That's pretty much all. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to everything everyone has to say. And looking forward to working with everyone to find a good solution moving forward.
Next speaker is Bob Hughes, followed by Barbara Sherrill, followed by Karen Archbell. Mr. Hughes, please start your comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Hughes. My wife and I are the owner of a two-bedroom condominium located at 2113 Atlantic Avenue in Kamla Condominiums, and it has been a short-term rental since we purchased it in 1999. I'm also the president of our Condominium Owners Association, and I am representing the owners of all 15 units, 11 of which are either are or will be short-term rentals. I want to thank the Planning Commission for taking another look at the short-term rental regulations. I know this is a tough nut to crack. Kamla's rules and regulations, which as the president I actively enforce, already reflect many of the restrictions that you are considering, and they were developed over the decades to address the need to manage short-term rentals within our condominium complex. The creation of the Oceanfront Resort Short-Term Rental Overlay District will help us manage the Virginia Beach vacation experience and is something that we support. I can't speak to the appropriateness of the other overlay districts, but on a personal basis, a one-size-fits-all solution just doesn't seem to work. The Oceanfront Resort is a very different critter from other areas of Virginia Beach. However, after reviewing the proposed changes to the existing regulations, I would like to address several areas of concern. Dropping the occupancy limit from 6 people of any age to 4 adults and 2 children for a 2-bedroom, 1,200 square foot condominium is overly restrictive. Kamla has had a 6-person of any age restriction in place for decades, and we have never had any issue with overcrowding. All of our units are 2 bedrooms and they can safely accommodate 6 adults. The requirement for a 30-minute on-site response should be modified to phone contact within 30 minutes and on-site within 1 hour and 30 minutes after phone contact. While all but one of Kamla's 11 short-term rentals are professionally managed with local firms, it is physically impossible to guarantee that somebody can get on site to the oceanfront within 30 minutes. Have you tried to drive to the oceanfront on a Saturday afternoon? It can take 30 minutes just to make it from where 264 ends to get to Atlantic Avenue. I live in Western Branch, and on a good day, it takes me at least 45 minutes to make to the oceanfront. Many short-term rental problems can be resolved over the phone and don't require somebody on site to resolve. The next issues I want to address are ones that require clarification. The first is the occupancy limit for events. The proposed change reads, no events permitted with guests above the number of allowed guests per night as calculated at 2 per bedroom. But for the purposes of this regulation, what constitutes an event? If my short-term rental tenant invited 5 people over to my 2-bedroom condo one evening to watch the fireworks but not spend the night, is that an event? And would I be in violation because they invited 5 people over? This regulation needs clarification as to what constitutes an event. And finally, with respect to deck and balcony occupancy determinations, you need to specify what building code, construction, or life safety standard you want to have applied to that determination. For a building like Kamla with 4-inch thick concrete balconies, the calculations are very different than that for a wooden deck or balcony. Kamla's balconies were built with a designed live load of 60 pounds per square foot. In the case of my unit, the balcony is 126 square feet or a live load of 7,560 pounds, which is 37 200-pound people.
Comments.
Next speaker is Barbara Sherrill, followed by Karen Archbell, followed by Louis Gayton. Ms. Sherrill, please start your comment.
Thank you. We're second generation of Cape Story by the Sea. We definitely oppose any kind of overlay. Our neighborhood is sandwiched between the Delta, brand new Delta Hotel with 295 rooms and First Landing State Park with 229 between cabins and recreational camping slots. I just wanted to help put a face maybe on what an STR on our street has done to us. I had one of my neighbors call me crying in tears because an STR renter, she works at night, and they pulled up, they came through were knocking on her back door, and when she said she wasn't an STR, didn't know where it was, they got angry at her. They left their cars in her driveway. She came out and demanded that they moved them. She had me on the phone because she was so afraid of this group of people. So the police were called because the man was cursing and swearing at her, and I heard all this over the phone. I came out of my house, the police were called, another neighbor came out. So this is very upsetting with these STRs. That's one example. Next example, the kids were scared to walk down the street because this STR home had different people that would come to it. Cars would park in front, their windows were rolled up, and the cars were full of smoke. The kids were afraid to walk past there, so they would go around to a different way to get to their house. So now you've got working people scared, you've got kids that are frightened. We have a 90-year-old in our neighborhood who has lived here all her 90 years. She is very unsettled by the disturbing constant array of strangers pacing back and forth around her property. We're now another house, just to let you know, she was scared because the STR tenants, more tenants, were making a bunch of noise. She didn't want to call the police because of repercussions. She didn't, another neighbor did, but her house wound up getting egged. Also, there was a family that came in. They bought a bunch of fast food. They didn't like it. They threw the food over the fence, and the neighbor's dog ate it and got sick. So does anybody pay the bill for the vet? Does anybody pay the bill for the house that gets egged? Is anybody looking after the neighbor now that is so unsettled because they have STRs banging at their door trying to find out where it is on our street? I just think this is not a place, Cape Story by the Sea is not a neighborhood for STRs. We're a solid, family-oriented neighborhood, and just this one STR on our street has been continuously disruptive in every kind of way, urinating in public. One group was asked not to do that, overflowing trash.
The next speaker is Karen Archbell, followed by Louis Gayton, followed by Init Lulashi. Ms. Archbell, please start your comment. We move on to the next speaker, Louis Gayton, followed by Init Luishi, followed by Elaine Fraquette. Mr. Gayton, please start your comment. Comment. Gayton, please start your comment. On to the next speaker, Enich Lulashi, followed by Elaine Fraquette. Ms. Lulashi, please start your comment.
Hello, Planning Commissioner. This is Enich Lulashi. Thank you for listening. My husband and I are Croatan homeowners, and I speak today against the proposed ordinance changes. I want to commend the City Council for recognizing that the system they put in place for SCRs, which they just created only a short year ago, is entirely broken, flawed, subjective, biased, and non-functional. However, the current proposed changes in front of you are also wrong, and we reject them, as they will exacerbate the problems, impact negatively a large swath of your home ownership base, even hurt your tourism revenue. We believe renting short-term is a homeowner's right as part of a homeownership's bundle of rights. We support SCRs with a minimum stay of 7 nights in Croatan. We are urging you to consider for Croatan the same solutions as you do for the North End, or at least establish an objective, unbiased, and fair CUP application process in the future. Because Croatan is very much like the North End, both because of its location and the history of vacationing in Virginia Beach. The narrative you have been accustomed to is that there is no overwhelming support in Croatan for SCR. I hope today's hearing and written input disproves that narrative. At least it's 50-50 up to now. The statement you might hear that full-time residents have bought their homes to live in a quote-unquote full-time residential neighborhood is misleading at the least, as there has always been the ocean here, and there have always been vacation homes in Croatan from its very beginning. For instance, we have been second homeowners in Croatan for 18 years now. It has always been that. The argument that Croatan is residential and therefore SCRs should be banned is flawed. It is perfectly aligned with the American dream and with the residential use of a neighborhood to have hard-working, honest American families who come here for a beach vacation or to visit their military members for at least a week. And we care about the peace and quiet of our neighborhood as much as anyone else. In addition, we care about our own property. We indeed are paying members of the Civic League. And by the way, the president of the Civic League does not speak for me, and even of the police fund. We have Atkins manage our home. The argument that the vacation families will come and cause disruption by parking on the street while they have 4-class parking spaces in their fancy Croatan vacation homes and garages defies logic. In general, the narrative that everyone who comes to visit in Virginia Beach constitutes a threat to full-time residents and is aspiring to break the law by illegally parking, overflowing trash, or worse, is not helpful. So is the assumption that everyone who aspires to rent out their home short-term is careless and has disregard for the peace and quiet of neighborhoods. Please let's not encourage the bashing of American families that are willing to bring their hard-earned tourist money here, and by doing so, fall in love with the
Next speaker is Elaine Fricette, followed by Whitney Harding, followed by Brandy Flaughton. Ms. Fricette, please start your comment.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day. I will keep this brief. I would just wanted to say that I can thank everyone. My name is Elaine Fricette. I can sympathize with the issues that people have. I have a friend who invites me over to a neighborhood that's not anywhere near the beach every 4th of July for a cookout. And there's a house down the street that every year has a huge, hundreds of cars show up. There's admission, there's loud noise, there's underage drinking, there's gunfire, there's fireworks. But what I came here to point out today was that's not a short-term rental. The owner of the house is doing that. So some of these concerns in the neighborhoods are not just relevant to short-term rentals. I have spoken to you. I live in Sandbridge. I've lived in Sandbridge for 26 years. I have rented my home for 13, and I've spoken before most of you multiple occasions about Sandbridge, which I know is not in particular on the issue today. But I just want to point out to you that Sandbridge is a neighborhood as well. On my street, which is a cul-de-sac street, there are over 50 houses, and there are only 3 short-term rentals on my street. The rentals in Sandbridge, we have found a way to make them where they are not bothering the neighbors. There are no noise, there are no complaints, there are no issues. I personally vet every guest. It's a family that comes to stay with us during the summer. This is the home that I live in, so I rent out my home, so I am going to make extra sure that it is taken care of. Families come in the summer, and on the weekends and holidays when my children are in school, we rent to a lot of military families who come to town and want to see their children, or to families up and down the East Coast who meet here in the middle. It is a mistake, a huge mistake, to assume that if we don't have short-term rentals, that people will stay in a hotel. I talk to these people. It's 2 different groups of people that we can cater to both. People will drive elsewhere. The Outer Banks is not that far away. It will happen. Like I said, I've been doing it for 13 years. I've never had a complaint. My neighbors meet me in the yard on Saturday and say, oh, I had the best time watching so-and-so's grandchild ride a bike. Oh, I went fishing with so-and-so. Oh, I invited your guests over for dinner because they were so nice. And there's no more traffic than when I'm here. There's no more trash than when I'm here. And I think that, you know, the Visitor and Conventions Bureau might be a little upset if people are watching this today, hearing that in general, we think that tourists to our area are a safety threat. They're noisy, they're more litter. I mean, are we not welcoming, or are we? the one thing I wanted to bring up about the Sandbridge issue is the fee for zoning.
Next speaker is Whitney Harding, followed by Brandy Flaughton, followed by Karen Archbell. Ms. Harding, please start your comment.
Hi, my name is Whitney Harding. I am a resident of the North End at 65th Street, and we do have a couple of short-term rentals. They rent out rooms and everything. I have 3 young children, and this concerns me for their safety. We have a house for sale right at the end of our driveway, which means if someone comes in and makes it a short-term rental, I fear for the safety of my children playing in our driveway. We don't know who these people are. Could they be a sex offender coming in right next to me and me not knowing and not allowing my 7- and 9-year-old boys to play in their own driveway? I think we need to be very careful about how many we allow. I agree with the position of the North Virginia Beach Civic League. I think it should only be 5%. And we need to, not be in the overlay. Personally, I don't think we are a residential community. I know my neighbors. Yes, some are second homes, but I do know them, and they come back for the summer. And we are, we look out for one another, like other people in Virginia or the North End have said. We look out for their homes. We look out for our neighbors. And so I just don't want to see short-term rentals in the North End. Thank you.
Next speaker is Brandy Flaughton, followed by Karen Archbell, followed by Louis Gayton. Ms. Flaughton, please start your comment.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for this time and for this attention on this detail. I'm a homeowner in the Vibe Creative District, and I just want to express my support for STR, specifically my neighborhood, which is a mixed zone, and is also the Oceanfront Resort District overlay. I purchased my home as a vacation home for my family to use and enjoy, and we rent it about 30% of the time, which helps us afford and maintain the excellence of our property. I'm invested in this community as a homeowner. I'm also a business owner in this community, and I employ members of the community for cleaning and yard maintenance. My home is co-joined with 4 other units, 4 out of the 5, which are also approved and registered SDRs. And myself, along with my neighbors, have had a positive experience this year. We've screened our guests. We've established a communication channel between us that has been very effective and is a multiplier for eyes on the property. Personally, I hosted 16 families last year, all of which had no issues and were lovely and had amazing experiences and plan to come back to Virginia Beach again. I have enjoyed operating as an SDR and would really express my support to be able to continue this by right. I submit that the Oceanfront Resort District by nature is most appropriate for SDR use and should be allowed by right to homeowners within the district. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Karen Archbell, followed by Louis Gayton. Ms. Archbell, please start your comment. Start your comment. Move to the next speaker, which is Louis Gayton. Mr. Gayton, please start your comment. Start your comment. Couple call-in user. Caller user 19, can you please identify yourself? Can you please identify yourself? caller 21. Can you please identify yourself? I'm sorry, can you speak louder?
I can't do yoga now.
On the agenda,
It's all
Mr.
the
Chair.
speakers, okay. Coffee, let's keep this going, what do you think? All right, that's all the speakers, we're gonna close this and then open this up for discussion. We want to start with 2A. Mr. Kemp, we're going to call on you to walk us through this like we did. I think I know what we're going to do here, but 2A consists of the established 3 short-term rental overlay districts, East Shore Drive, North End, and Oceanfront Resort. Do you just want to read through it real quick and let's give us our right percentages for if we want to do?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I think that's the best way. I will just give a brief summary and then control the slideshow, depending on what you're speaking. Take notes of, where the discussion goes so we have an idea and a clear understanding when the vote's taken. So agenda item 2A is the ordinance to create the short-term rental overlays. You've heard speakers, talk about them. The 3 overlays are East Shore Drive, and as I mentioned earlier, as shown is what council referred, you had the discussion of moving that southern boundary up to Shore Drive from the Cape Henry Bike Trail.
Mm-hmm.
The second overlay district is the North End overlay. If you'll remember from this morning, you have discussed including the Hollies into the North End. Yes, sir.
Let's get back real quick while we're on the Shore Drive. What was the total percentage of the Shore Drive overlay? Was it 8% from Shore Drive north, not including to the trail? Because I think we want to talk about percentages real quick.
Right, and Bobby's given me the 1 second. I think he has that information.
At least that's what we talked about in our workshop, so I wanted to bring that up now. Okay. So if we want to go that direction, we know what direction we're going to go in.
Right, and in the workshop, Bobby will get those, hopefully get those numbers, and then.
Right. So, Mr. Chair, there are just residential properties. Again, I was counting it this morning, just trying to eyeball it. We're doing it by address points. Mm-hmm. I believe there's 165 now in that area. That's the new area that you've identified, which is north of Shore Drive to the Chesapeake Bay in the same boundaries.
So there's 165 residential properties.
Residential properties.
What is the percentage of STRs in that? Do we know that number? Sorry, did I get that?
I wrote it down. I just don't know where it went. Oh, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second.
No problem.
And again, this is based on the information that was pulled in November when we started the process from the host compliance information. When I counted those that were listed that host compliance had pulled down, there were 19 properties there. So 19.
It's less than, that's like 4%.
19 divided by 165. That's 11.
Legally, 19 legally.
It's 11.5%. Let me double check though. Give me 1 second, please.
That sounds about right. 10% would be 190, so.
Yeah.
So 11.5%. And then the density cap figures that were discussed at the workshop was 10%.
And so we're already over that 10%. Okay. All right. I know what to do on that one. Okay, go ahead.
And a short-term rental you had discussed where council had referred it as a by right, you had discussed it as a conditional use permit.
Correct.
The North End overlay, You had discussed including the Hollies area between 49th and a half to 42nd Street, including that area into the overlay district. Again, short-term rental allowed by conditional use permit with a density cap of 15%.
You know where I'm going with that.
Do we have figures on that?
I think we did 15% because we were already past 11 or 12 or something.
I think you're right.
We were close to 15%. I forget the exact
Like
figure.
12 and a half.
We were 10.6.
Yes.
10.6%.
Only at 10.6.
10.6%.
Okay.
There was really never any kind of consensus about 15%.
No.
It was
That
just
was
a
just a-
plug number to
Just number,
say,
correct.
you know,
We're not. That's not
something over 10.
right. That's not.
Okay. So yes, so with a density of north end of 10.5% approximately is where we stand right now.
I got another question. I know
Yes,
you are
sir.
going to hate me after today. I think I asked this question on our workshop. How many short-term rentals do we have? I think Summer, if I'm not mistaken, said there was 2 coming up in the future for the north end area coming out that are coming up for conditional use permit. Do y'all know that number by chance? Are there still just 2 coming up right now? Summer took a minute and because I think really and truly there's like 18 coming up in the next 2 months, 2 or 3 months, and 2 of them were in the north end.
And I am not aware, I don't know if Bobby's checking that, I'm not aware of
Remember that?
any additional ones that have come in
Just a couple.
from the north end. And, you know, that stems us through the next couple agendas.
Okay.
So wait, hold on. Ask a question.
I think the number that you were referring to, Mr. Chairman Weiner, is the question about the number of short-term rentals that were coming up in the Hollies area. I think that was Mr. Inman's question that had come up.
The Hollies, okay.
Yeah, and there was only one. There were no pending applications at that point in time. Let me see if I can find the other one, if there was one for the north end.
I know, but that's what I'm getting at. I mean, this is stupid. How about 12%?
No, I'm saying 10.6. I think
Drop it,
it's-
okay, that's fine.
I think it's down.
Do you want to pull the Hollies out?
I can't. I gotta abstain from that. That's up to y'all. I can't comment on that. I got a property there.
Well, if you abstain from that, you got to abstain from all of it.
No, I can. In our cases, I can abstain just from the Hollies.
Okay.
Mr.
3.
Chairman?
It's 3. I'm sorry, it's 3.
There's 3 in the north end coming up?
Just that's a
Okay.
separate vote.
Okay.
Additionally,
No, it's all 2A.
hey, Bobby, Bill said yes.
That's, the Hollies are in 2A.
Yeah, let's recognize him. Well, Will Miller also has some information he'd like to share, so
Okay.
if it's okay with you, we'd like
Sure.
to recognize him
Most,
to.
most definitely. All the information to help out.
Atlantic Avenue is one duplex, so that's 2 of the applications, and then there's one more in the north end, so 3 in the next coming hearings.
I don't.
Okay, Will, could you repeat that from the start? I think you were cut off at the beginning.
Okay, so there are, like you said, there are 3 in the north end coming up. However, one of those applications is a duplex, and the same owner owns both units at 8809 Atlantic.
Okay, thank you, Will.
Okay. Good.
Okay, and the last overlay that was referred down to you was the Oceanfront Resort. You had discussed including the remaining RT properties into this, though there are a few remaining. They are in the Oceanfront Resort area, and you felt that short-term rental was appropriate. This overlay, you did agree that it would be by right. You suggested that 2 rentals per week was appropriate for this overlay with no density requirement. And so those are the 3 overlay districts that were referred to you and included in item 2A.
What about the RT district? Are we not throwing that? Is that going into this 2A?
Yes, that would be included in the oceanfront resort
Okay,
overlay.
RT, okay, okay,
And that would be included in the 2A.
okay. That is all of 2A, so we have to make a determination on 2A. Comments? Yes, ma'am. Robin?
I would prefer to vote on the overlays independently.
We can't.
We can't.
We have to do 2A.
We have to do 2A. Okay.
2A.
Okay, in that regard. So I can support.
That came from K.
Wait.
That came from K.
Okay. I can support the oceanfront overlay. I'm having a much harder time reconciling the north end and the East Shore Drive.
I'm right with you.
Especially, and this will come up later, at the exclusion of the rest of the city. I think that like you move to the oceanfront, you understand you're in a resort district. But the north end and the East Shore Drive favor the wealthy. And so that excludes the rest of us in the city who may be able to take advantage of short-term rentals. So I'll be voting against 2A.
Well, not unless we reword it.
As it is currently written.
As it currently written. I mean, personally, we could make it, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Wilson.
I'm sorry.
I was just having a good time.
We have looked at it again and again and again and again. And I think if you want to do it and divide the question, what you need to do is just do East Shore Drive, North End, Oceanfront. Don't do the Hollies. Are we going to put the Hollies in? No, that would be discussed when you do North End.
Well, let's go back. So let's go to Shore Drive. We can do Shore Drive.
Do Shore Drive.
Then we go to North End. We decide if we want to put the Hollies in the North End.
Yes, and all
Then
the
we
other
do
things
the
like that, you
RT.
can do RT and ORD.
Okay.
Okay,
All
if you want to split them up that way, I think we can do that.
Or-
Somebody has to move to divide the question. Okay, and then you have to have a second, and then you have to vote to do that. But that would be fine. I think that will catch everything. Yeah.
Can we eliminate the Hollies completely, or do we have to vote on the North End to eliminate the Hollies?
Yeah, when you vote on the north end, you will decide whether the Hollies are in or out.
How about this?
They want, yes, but it's something they have talked about putting in, so I think you have to decide in or out for the Hollies when you do.
How about if I said no more short-term rentals in the North End, Shore Drive area, only oceanfront, OT and RT district, bottom line.
That's fine. Then you wouldn't have to vote on them individually.
Then we can just do 2A. And I think that's where Mrs. Klein was going.
Okay. And then, if we do that, then Ms. Oliver will need to abstain.
Comments?
On that one.
Let's hear some comments first before we go that direction.
So are we saying only to cut the North End and Shore Drive, cut those out of the overlays?
No, cut them out completely. No short-term rentals at all. Only short-term rentals in the resort district and the RT and OR district.
Oh, I don't know that I agree with that.
I don't either.
Oh, so you're saying you still want short-term rentals in the North End?
So I'm saying that I agree, excuse me, John, for talking over you. I agree with oceanfront RT by right. I don't think that that should exclude other parts of the city from being able to either by registration or by permit. This was more just I don't support the by right in the East Shore Drive and the North End.
Okay. I don't think that was on our, it was worded like that anyway. You know what I mean? Okay. Jeff?
All right, we're just going to, somebody just needs to make a motion first to split if we're going to.
I was trying not to, but I think we're going to have to.
Okay.
But if anybody wants to make a motion to split them up, Please do.
I'd like to make a motion to divide 2A into 3 separate votes, 2A, 1, 2, and 3, so that we vote individually on each of the overlay districts.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a vote or a
And then,
motion. Go
Kay,
ahead.
I have a question. Okay. If voting on these districts, in the requirements for short-term rentals in the overlay district zoning, so like if I say I vote in favor of the oceanfront resort district, does that mean that I am also voting in favor of excluding the rest of the city? Or is that a separate?
What do you want to do? I think it's what happens. What do you think, Bobby? Do we want to have it specifically
So
done?
that's why we're having trouble here, right? So if you divide the question, you're essentially saying that you want to determine that you're okay with these overlays. If you're not okay with the overlays at all, and you just want to, it sounds like, Ms. Klein, that you're talking about conditional use permit everywhere in the city, but by right in the OR and the RT district.
Right.
That sounds like what you're looking for. So
Yes.
But
so-
we're not going to do that as a section. What you'd have to do is probably,
right, that's kind of like a completely different than what is on the
Okay.
table. So you may need to, that's like take the whole question together, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So
That's not really even in this ordinance. That's completely different. We're just talking about the overlay in this ordinance.
what it would say, this is the only place, the ordinance will say this is the only place where STRs may be allowed. So every place else, it's not allowed. It will be an X. Not anything else, right?
Right.
That would be something we'd have to bring up differently in the future. Bring it back, wouldn't it?
No, I mean,
And the rest of the city, anyway.
And the rest of the city,
That would be something council would have to bring down to
well,
us.
I mean, technically, so it's kind of, you can take it, and Kay, you can fuss at me how you want, but
oh God.
so you can technically vote on whether you support or not support city council's proposal, right? But what you're doing is you're bringing forward your own recommendation, okay? And so you need to have consensus on your own recommendation moving forward. So you can either vote up or down, thumbs up, thumbs down on what city council sent you, or you can say, in place of that, we recommend this. And so the key is that when you recommend this, you should probably have a consensus on what you want to do, probably determine if there's any support for any alternatives, which is kind of what's on the table at this point. So, Kay, is that, I mean, I think that's the easiest way to kind of explain it.
okay? So if you want to have the discussion about everybody else, about the rest of the city, make it a discussion, and then you can divide that question too. Okay, Ms. Klein?
So I just want to be clear, because I thought during the workshops, we had pretty much clarified this. The way it's presented to us, handed down from council, as this ordinance is written, we had discussed in the workshops specific things according to the overlays. And one of those was that if the overlay was chosen to be removed from these 2 or 3 areas, which let's take out OR and RT, but Shore Drive and North End, that there would not be any short-term rentals permitted at all, just like council has asked for the rest of the city.
That's what I was understanding.
Yes, and while Kay's talking, let me explain a little, because this all got muddied together, because you have item 2 and then it's broken up. What 2A is the boundaries of any overlay district. So you're dealing with the area included in the overlay. What B deals with is amending the zoning map. Then you have C, which is the requirements, and then...
Well, back up a minute. So if we do, that's going to be kind of...
Right.
A and B, think about it for a minute. So if we break up A, we may have to break up B.
It's okay.
Just leave it?
Well, B, whatever is voted on in A and approved in A, B is just goes and coincides with that to update the official zoning map.
Okay, so let's go this route. Let's go this route. We have a motion on the table to break them up, okay, in a second. Let's vote on that, then we can break these up, and then we can determine, then we can talk about each individual one. Does that sound good, everybody?
Sure.
All right, so we have a motion by Mrs. Klein and a second by Mr. Costin to break these up
Okay.
and vote on them individually.
Mr. Alcaraz?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley is absent. Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By recorded vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, you have agreed to divide 2A into 3 different questions.
Real quick, for the record, Mr. Horsley has left the meeting.
Thank you, so noted.
Okay, so now we're voting on, now we need to go to 2A1, East Shore Drive.
And 2A1, just to be clear, you know, we've talked about density, whether it's a conditional use permit or not. Those are addressed in 2C and 2D.
Right.
What 2A is just the boundary. I know, see, it's muddied the waters a little when we've discussed them along with the boundary, but what 2A is the boundary and the area included in any short-term rental overlay.
But we still have to determine if we want to let this keep going, or do we want to put a cap on it?
Correct, and that's a discussion.
Right.
To
There's only
have that.
165 houses in that, residential houses in that area. So what do we want to do about that?
Well, is one legitimate issue that we don't want an overlay? And
I thought that was where we were kind of headed to, no overlay.
Well, that's why I wanted to do and do it all at one time, but we're going to, so we're breaking them up. So somebody make a motion or discussion?
I move that there be no overlay on East Shore Drive.
We have a motion for no overlay,
I'll second that.
and we have a second. We have a motion by Mrs. Klein, a second by Mrs. Oliver.
Okay.
Ready for a vote?
Okay.
Wait, do you want to have any further discussion?
No, we're just saying no overlay at all. It's all no overlay whatsoever.
And just to clarify, that means no more STRs in that area. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
No, that's not correct?
not necessarily.
No.
It's a start.
It's the start.
Yeah.
So this is,
I just
we're sorry. So
I just want to make sure I second.
So just to understand, and this is where we get into the complicatedness of a zoning. So this is the actual zoning district that's being created.
Okay.
There are rules that go into the zoning district, right? Or can be globally changed for the city. So those rules that are globally changed, as Kevin noted, is going to come up in 2C, right?
2C and 2D.
2C and 2D. So right now, if we just want to say we don't want to have the overlay, then you'll look at this, you'll look through those zoning regulations without this overlay in place. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So you wouldn't be putting special conditions that didn't apply elsewhere onto this one specific area.
Hey, David.
Yes, Jack.
Just, before we do vote, let's have a brief discussion on the reasons why and not why to support this overlay district.
Okay.
'Cause-
I'll start since I kind of
Okay.
started it. So based on what we heard from the community, it doesn't sound like as a whole, the East Shore Drive residents are amenable to the idea of having a by right short-term rental overlay. Not that I want to exclude short-term rentals entirely, but they do not want to allow a by right overlay. And so my motion is to say that we don't have a by right overlay on East Shore Drive, right? That's what I said?
Well,
But we,
That's not what I
and
said.
it wasn't really
Overlay
worded
doesn't-
like that to begin with. Go ahead.
an overlay does not have to be by right.
Right. It can be an overlay with conditional use permits. which that's the way it was supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? So
I see
this
what
was
you're
an
saying.
overlay with conditional use permits. That's what we're trying to do. So if we say no overlay, now people can actually still come back in with a conditional use permit for this area and try and get a short-term rental in this area.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, but just not in this overlay. So that means we're going to go back to what we were doing from day one, 6 years ago, and we're going to listen to each one individually in the future.
So I'm not saying that I agree with that. I apologize. I could not have been at the last
Yes.
workshop. I also wasn't
problem.
here 6 years ago. I'm saying that aside from the oceanfront resort, I don't think certain parts of the city should have special privileges over others. And I apologize if that was unclear, and I did not, and I'm not saying that properly.
I understood what you're saying. I understood exactly what you're saying. So,
Wait, I just got to ask Robin a question. So when you said special privileges over the rest of the city, what is that? How do you, yeah, what does that mean? I'm just curious, because now all of a sudden I'm thinking, you just tell me. Yeah.
Sure. So the way I read this right now, and based on Kevin's wonderful presentation earlier today, East Shore Drive and North End overlays would be permitted short-term rentals under certain conditions, and the oceanfront resort would be overlay would be permitted short-term rentals by right. That's my understanding.
Right.
What my ultimate opinion is that I think that the oceanfront resort should receive short-term rentals by right. Okay, so that one I agree with. I think the rest of the city should have the opportunity to run a short-term rental. Not that I agree with the method that we have right now to go about it, but I don't think that residents in Centerville or Kempsville should be excluded.
So, okay, so that's what I'm trying to, yeah. But I don't know that that's, and I'm just throwing this back out to you, Kevin, that's not the discussion at hand for this particular ordinance?
Well, it all ties in, because if you wanted to have the oceanfront resort overlay and then treat the rest of the city in a different way, you know, you would have to remove this overlay from the ordinance going forward.
So actually, there is a north end overlay. We're just not going to permit short-term rental.
It was going to be an overlay on an overlay.
Okay, okay.
That's a design or
Okay. So let's go back to East Shore Drive real quick. So we have a motion on the table to take the overlay off and a second to take the overlay out, okay? If we vote on that and that goes, somebody can still go back in there with a conditional use permit next month.
So we haven't gotten to that discussion yet, right? So
Yeah, that's what we're gonna get, that's what we need to get to.
we need to get there. So the key is that I'm trying to summarize in an easy way. It's not easy because it's all in pieces, right? So the overlays were used to say, when they were referred to you, the overlays were used to say this is where short-term rentals should be, and it should not be anywhere else. That's the general concept. So if you say that you don't want this overlay here, that's just saying that in that general thought, that is, you're not distinguishing this as some place that's different, that should be treated differently, either for or against short-term rentals. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So if you remove this, if you choose to remove this, and you choose to remove the north end short-term overlay district, then the questions for the regulations become a different discussion, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. It seems to me that we once talked about putting these limits on using the overlay to do so. Limits in those. So if we eliminate the overlay, then we now have lost the ability to put a cap on short-term rentals in those areas.
Right.
Correct?
That's correct. And it gets deeper from that. That means, because I understand where you're coming from, you don't want to see the whole city not be able to have short-term rentals. That's basically what you're getting at. And I think there's, so I guess we're just gonna have to have a consensus on between us, if we all agree with that. Somebody needs to speak up.
I agree with that.
You agree with that? So you agree with having short-term rentals the whole city?
Yes.
Okay. 2 for the whole city. I personally don't.
I don't.
Okay.
No.
2, she don't.
Well,
Mike doesn't. Jack?
well, I think that we also have the grandfathering aspect of it, which is going to come up in 2C. So that, to me, that kind of plays into it also. So I've got.
Well, it does and it doesn't, but not in this particular one. It's
Not in
going to
this
grow,
particular
it's going to come in 2C because I think that's something in 2C.
Right, and I did hear, from the residents, from a fairly, large percentage of those who lived in the Shore Drive, East Shore Drive area, that they were opposed to this, being treated differently, having an overlay on them that treats them differently than the rest of the city. So that kind of weighs on me. And it wasn't just those who spoke today. It was quite a bit of correspondence that we did receive. So that does weigh on me in this aspect.
Well, the way I read and heard them was, for this particular overlay, was that, yes, they didn't like being singled out as far as this was where the short-term rentals were supposed to be. And from what I gathered, they didn't want them. Or they didn't want any more.
They don't want
didn't
'em.
want any
No-
more
no
addition
more.
to this neighborhood. It's a neighborhood, and they were like, cap it, stop it.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, and to the point where Whitney had even said, we'll take the southern side of the overlay out to protect it, to keep them from having any more. But they were saturated enough, and there were enough letters I thought, to warrant that. So that's where I was coming from in taking the overlay out, was because the rest of the city was out of that. And I totally get where you're coming from, but I was looking at this particular concentrated area, and so in order to take it out of the overlay, I was trying to stop the addition of STRs that were already there. Not that the ones that weren't there couldn't operate, but more of them, because it's such a high-density area.
Mrs. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
To get around this, because I think this has changed, can we look at a substitute motion? Or do we have to vote on this?
You can substitute Ms. Klein's motion, but you're just making this even more complicated.
Oh, I know, but now that we understand where we're at, I think there's a lot of us here who don't want to follow through with that motion.
Okay, the motion was that we would remove the East Shore Drive overlay as a by right use of STRs.
/ no short-term rentals at all?
No? It's not what that says.
No.
I know.
It's just the zoning.
I know.
Yeah.
All right. So how do y'all feel about that? I'm not on board with that. So let's vote on that.
Somebody needs to make a substitute.
And then somebody needs to make a substitute motion. Somebody. Do you understand what the substitute motion would be? The substitute
No.
motion would be,
No idea.
we'd actually have to go back to an overlay, to do the and just have it cap, stop. No more short-term rentals there. Have an overlay. Yes, there's an overlay there with no more short-term rentals involved. We could do that.
I don't think that would be the right. I think it would just be not have an overlay, period.
Okay.
Not and not treat it any differently than the rest of the city.
Well, how does that help stop the?
It doesn't.
The flow. I don't know.
It does. I'm trying to figure out how to stop the flow.
So the question still has to be asked whether, if you take this out of overlay, so remember, the overlay is identifying something specific about this area that means it should be treated differently, okay? If you're removing the overlay and you plan on treating it like the rest of the city, we still need to get back to the discussion. The rest of the city, is it not permitted, which is what the consensus is, right? That's what we took down as the consensus.
Right.
Was that that the short-term rentals were no longer permitted outside of any of the overlay districts. So that's where staff is sitting right now, because that's the information we have.
So if let's vote on this, then we go to the north end, we vote on the north end to keep the overlay there and do a percentage there, then that will take away everything from the city, rest of the city.
I didn't hear the same thing from the north end that I heard from Shore Drive.
That's because you didn't read the 625 pages.
Well, no, I
Because
didn't.
he missed it.
I didn't read the 600 pages. But today I heard people who even were not short-term enthusiasts said, well, we know short-term rentals are here to stay. We just want to make sure they're monitored better. But they didn't want any. And there were a lot more people who said they wanted them that we heard from today than not. But the ones who did not want them said, let's monitor them better and make sure they're safer for us.
Okay. Well, let's get through East Shore Drive, because I think we know we don't want an overlay.
So,
Yes,
sorry.
yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the question as to whether or not we will allow short-term rentals in the rest of the city, that's a part of 2C?
That will ultimately be resolved. I mean, that is a decision that has to be made. It would ultimately be resolved in 2D, which is where we update the use permit or the use tables in each section where short-term rentals are permitted. So you could have short-term rentals in OR district, a P, permitted. Short-term rentals in North End, a C, conditional. Short-term rentals everywhere else in the city, an X for prohibited, P for permitted. You could do it through that use
That's
table.
what I want. Okay, so I understand what Mike is saying regarding if there's no overlay, we can't cap it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And that the question of whether or not we allow it other places in the city is a different question that we can answer farther down.
Correct. Yes, that's addressed in our use tables.
Okay, so I would like to revise my own motion.
Oh, wait a second.
That's good, yeah.
Can we do that?
Sure.
Sure.
Sure, you can revise it.
Okay, just want to make sure.
I would like to revise my motion to approve the East Shore Drive overlay.
With a cap or no cap?
Oh, do I need to include that in my motion?
Mhm.
Yes, with a cap of, what did we say, 10%?
We're at 10.6 now. No, I'm sorry. We're at 11.5 now.
12% then?
Just do 11.5, do it what it is.
With
and then
11.5.
it's done.
Then we know it's done. You can't bet anymore.
So, but if we say 10, that means as some fall away, we
can't.
can't.
Number where we are.
Oh, okay.
So it's 11.5, yeah.
Okay, so I move that we approve the East Shore Drive overlay with an 11.5% density cap.
Perfect.
Okay.
Now,
No.
what do you mean by East Shore Drive overlay?
That,
Is that all the way, all of it, or just Shore Drive? I guess that's
Right.
whatever that is.
Is it what council referred down, which is what you're seeing on
To
the
the
map?
trail?
Or did you want to
The
move
trail?
that southern boundary up like?
so what does that do to the houses south of the Shore Drive to the trail?
If you move the boundary up to Shore Drive, the houses south of the trail would no longer be in the overlay. So if you prohibited short-term rentals elsewhere in the city, they would be prohibited in that area.
Perfect with me. Perfect.
So we want to modify the definition of the overlay.
Correct.
To, in your motion.
And
To be-
I'm modifying it to stop at Shore Drive?
Yeah,
Correct.
North of Shore
Shore
Drive.
Drive, and
Shore
I guess
Drive
the
north.
next question is, in the overlay, let's get them all done. Let's not parcel them out for the next 6 hours. Do you want, okay, you're gonna do an overlay. Is that they're gonna be permitted by right?
No.
No.
Permitted with a
Conditional
CUP?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and get that here.
Yeah.
Because all you're really doing is getting it so that I can write it.
Yes.
Now,
So you not
no,
word
but
it?
if there's a 10% cap or 11.5% cap, does it matter if there's?
Yes,
Yes, it
yes,
does.
because they could go away.
Because they could go away.
They could go away. They could go down to 8%.
That number.
But does it matter if we do the permits versus the registration?
What do you mean?
So if it's a can we do an 11.5% by right?
No.
You have to do a.
By conditional use permit.
Okay, so I would like,
Well, you could, but it sounds like the, discussion is more that the desire would be that if this area dropped under that percentage and there was still density left, that any property that wished to do it would require a CUP, that
Yes.
council still would want, you would still want to see those properties.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, so where we are is you have made a motion for the East Shore Drive overlay that would be bounded by Shore Drive, that any short-term rentals in the overlay would require a CUP, and that you want a cap for density of 11.5%.
No, because we're.
Yes, that's it.
No, don't panic. I'm not changing it. That, don't panic. I thought, are we at 11.5 there or 10? I thought we were at 10.5 on Shore Drive. That's why I'm just checking the numbers.
The earlier number we had calculated was 11.5.
Yes.
Just on the north side.
19 short-term rentals on 165 properties.
For the north side of Shore
For
Drive.
the north
Okay.
side of Shore Drive.
Okay. Thank you.
So we have a motion by Ms. Klein. We need a second.
Well, actually, this was an amendment to her motion,
Amendment.
really. So we need for the second to agree with her motion.
I agree, second.
Which was
There's
the
the
original
second.
motion? Which
Yes.
is-
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
So we have a motion by Mrs. Klein, an amendment to Mrs. Klein motion, and then second by Mr. Costin.
The original second was by Ms. Oliver.
Oh, okay.
She's okay.
Thought it was me.
Okay.
Are you?
Thank you.
Second?
I'm sorry.
No, that's good. I do. I
You
was
gonna
just,
second?
yes, I'll second.
She's second, okay.
Okay, before the vote, Ms. Oliver needs to disclose.
Mrs. Oliver
I'm sorry.
needs to disclose that she owns a piece of property in the Hollies. The address of it is 4500 Oceanfront Avenue. And so with that, I will abstain from voting on the addition or the addition or the exclusion of the Hollies when we go to vote on that.
But that all other short-term
But that all
Rental.
other short-term
rentals, where is your rental located?
it's located in the Hollies,
What street?
45th Street.
Okay, that's the address, is 45.
It's 4500
She listed,
Oceanfront.
yeah.
I did say it.
Okay, 4500 Oceanfront is there. However, for all the other STRs, you're only disclosing this fact because you feel you are a member of a group and you can independently, objectively, and in the public interest, be unbiased for those votes.
Yes,
What's she
I
say?
do.
What she said?
I can be unbiased on all the rest of the votes.
Okay.
Thank
We're going
you.
to put that in all of them whenever she abstains. She's going to abstain on one, and then she's going to disclose on the others. And what we will put is disclosure, and I'll give you a letter tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're ready for the vote.
Okay, so it's an amended motion by Ms. Klein to approve the East Shore Drive overlay with a density cap of 11.5% and the boundaries modified to stop north of Shore Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
With conditional use permits.
with conditional use permits. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Alcaraz.
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley is absent. Mr. Inman?
All right.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By a vote of 7-0, in favor of, you have approved the motion to approve the East Shore Drive overlay with modifications as described.
Okay, on to the north end. So we really kind of know what we just did. So the north end should be a little bit easier.
You want to do the same thing?
It should be.
Pretty much.
So we know what we're gonna do. We're at, on the north end, we're at a 10.6% and of what's in there now. And we can do it, well, I don't see why we could keep it at 10.6%. Yes.
So Kay, I have one legal question for you. When we talk about these percentages to cap them so that there are no additional STRs in these overlays, does that hold up? I mean, how?
What would happen is now when another one comes before planning and planning gets an application, they will have to figure out if it is below the percentage that is in the ordinance. And if it's above the ordinance, they can still go forward, but that would be the main part of the staff report, and the staff report should probably say, and it needs to be denied.
So how do we, if the objective here is to stop the addition of them, how do we implement that with, is there an additional something that we can add to that so that if we say 10.6% is the saturation point of which this particular area can handle STRs, that the ones that are already existing can obviously exist, and should there be no more, should it go below that, then we can add into it. But how do we protect these particular delicate areas from that happening?
I think what Kay just said is he keep statistics, and then they have to calculate it when an application comes in and say, I'm sorry, it's already saturated.
But she said it will still come forward.
We can't process that application.
But it would still come forward to the planning.
Do we deny it?
But that's the thing.
You've got to give them their.
But my question is, what goes into that statistic to determine the 10.6%? Is it permitted CUPs by CUPs? Is it grandfathered? Grandfathered?
I think it's overall. It's overall
all
overall STRs. The overall STRs, whether they're grandfathered, whether they're legal, that would be the percentage.
So we got a list of the grandfathered, the CUPs.
Yes, I would say yes. He's shaking his head.
Yes. Yes. The methodology would be, we are going to have a number of dwelling units in that area, and that's our, base number to go off of. We will also have, and we do not have it yet because we do have to go through applications and registrations, but in the relative near future, we are going to establish how many grandfathered we have, how many conditional use permits, and basically how many short-term rentals are in that area. Because we have that number, there might be some illegal ones that we will regulate, because if they're not legal, of course, they can't. But that is how the regulatory method. We'll have the total number of units, and when an application comes in or a registration comes in, if it's a new property, we will compare it to and see if there is room in that overlay district for that short-term rental to operate.
All right, we good?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Hold on, Bobby's got something.
We've kind of decided we're going to modify this a little bit. We're all gathering, we're trying to make sure we can do the best thing, okay? So I'm sorry it's not all done and we can't do this. But what we can do is, when somebody comes in to get a STR in the north end or in the eastern shore, what would happen is Mr. Zoning Administrator would make a determination whether or not they could apply, whether or not it could be done, and then the route of appeal is through the BZA, just like any other determination by Mr. Kemp.
Perfect.
Okay, then it wouldn't come to you unless the BZA says, disagrees with him.
Okay. Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Well, before we move on to the next topic, I just want to say for the record about why I'm had sort of a change of mind, not since our last discussion really, but just having thought about what we're going through with the short-term rentals, the reasons that, we're seeing increasing public resistance. It's building and building every time we have a consideration of this. And it's become clearer that it's not a very popular idea with the most of the people. It's real, okay. Number two, we have enforcement problems. Not because they don't want to enforce it, it's just a question of manpower and detection and all kinds of issues with trying to enforce our rules. We don't need to have more problems with enforcement than we've already got. And we need to recognize the impact of internet business and entrepreneurial activity that we have. So many people entering into this business that never really thought about doing it. And maybe, COVID has had a impact and an escalation of that, but I think it's going to be permanent. And I think it's time to recognize that we're in a new dimension of resort rental property ownership.
Very well said.
Mr. Inman, I think that there is a proposal to hire people based on revenues raised from this business. My understanding is they got cut last year because of COVID not being sure what the income was going to be like. But there will be some enhancement in that enforcement power.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Well, and to be honest with you, on that note, and I've got to go along if I can get my internet back up, but with Mike on that was what was concerning, and they had talked about the short-term rentals with the real estate management companies, but we have zoning for a specific reason, and we have residential areas to differentiate against the industrial areas and our businesses. And what is concerning, one, was what happened this past weekend, because the neighbors sent me the videos, and I sent them to Bobby and passed them on, and to see and hear the activity that was going on, and granted it was an illegal STR, but had it been one that we had approved, I don't think it wouldn't have changed the behavior. He just didn't happen to register it. But to hear the gunshots, to hear the screaming, to watch the police, to see that this group, it didn't bother them. They were selling tickets, they were shooed out at 3 a.m. on Friday morning or Saturday morning, and they came back and they did it again the following night. It was difficult for them to get it under control. And so at one point, we're standing there and we're listening to both sides, and what you hear is, this is our neighborhood. The proximity of it just happens to be near the ocean. It is a public beach. They deal with the public all the time, and these people pay an enormous amount of real estate taxes on this property. So I kind of have this thing where it's these STRs, well, we bring all this revenue to the city. Well, the real estate taxes alone is large on these small pieces of property, which is revenue for the city. Along with that, you had all these people kept saying, well, it's my right, it's my property, I bought this to start a business. Well, if you bought it to start a business, then you need to be in an area that's zoned for that, not in an area that's zoned as a neighborhood to protect this particular, these are us, because we're all residents of the city. We all live, for the most part, we don't live in an industrially zoned area or a business area. We live in a residentially zoned area so that we know that we have consistent neighbors throughout. You buy 1 or 2 houses in your life, and that's where you live. And you grow up, and you raise your kids, and you have dogs, and you do all those things. And all of a sudden, it's become a right, or it appears to, from one person after another to buy property in a residential area and start to conduct a business. And I'm not sure that's exactly where we are intending for our city to go. I'm not. I'm not against short-term rentals or long-term rentals or anything like that, but I am not in favor of this changing or morphing into what it's become. And it's become a burden to the city and its residents and to planning staff and to zoning, because they can't possibly monitor or chase this. They just can't. And so now we have introduced a different type of entity into an area that was never designed to handle something like that. And I just have a difficult time with it. I'm sorry.
And to add to that, our zoning code, when it talks about residential districts and sets the tone for residential districts, it talks about, you know, certain accessory uses that are harmonious with a residential community and community living. And I don't think this is a large number of quasi-commercial, if you want to call it that, enterprise is then harmonious with residential living. So
I don't want to bring more into this, but I think the city of Virginia Beach has been very lenient with short-term rentals through this process. We've been dealing with this for the past 5-6 years compared to other cities. So I mean, where we're at now, we have a lot. The map that Mike sent out to us the other day, if you clicked on them, the amount of short-term rentals that are in the city is quite a few. So I have no problem with what direction we're going in right now. Saying that, good segue into North End. The North End is, unless y'all have something? Nope, okay. North End. Right now at North End, we're at 10.6%. And we just put a cap on the Shore Drive area. How do we want to work the North End?
Where does the 15% cap come from?
We just made it up the other night.
Okay.
So we really don't need to be there.
The 10.6, does that include the Hollies, or is that excluding the ones that are in the Hollies?
That includes the Hollies.
Okay. So I would support a motion with a 10.6% cap.
Okay. Do you want to make that motion?
Sure. I move to accept the North End overlay, to include the Hollies, and to cap short-term rentals by conditional use permit to 10.6%.
And
Go ahead. You were going to say?
And just to be clear, it's the boundaries as shown as was referred to council plus the Hollies as
Correct.
we've identified.
That's correct. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. We have a motion by Mrs. Klein, a second by Mr. Costin. Comments?
I abstain, because she just
Okay.
added the Hollies.
Oh, okay. All right. Can you turn your, I'm sorry, there you go. Thank you.
This is a vote on the North End Overlay District to approve the North End Overlay District with a density cap of 10.6% and with the addition of the Hollies. Mr. Alcaraz?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley is absent. Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver is abstaining. Mr. Redmond is absent. Ms. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By recorded vote of 6 in favor of, 0 against, and with 1 abstention, you have approved the North End Overlay District as modified.
Okay, now we go to the OR District, Ocean Resort District, which is going to include the RT District, will include the RT, And it will also, we're going to change it to, is this where we change it, the two rentals per week allowed? And also this will be by right.
Yes, I think we include all that and we just start knocking this out.
But I'd like to have that in the motion. That sound good to everybody?
I was ready to make that motion. It's going to be an easy one.
Oh, George.
Just I'd like to make a motion that we create the overlay district for the oceanfront, adding the RT zoning districts, STRs permitted by right, 2 rental contracts permitted per 7-day period.
We have a motion by Mr. Akraz.
I'll second.
We have a second by Mrs. Klein. Hold on a second. Mr. Inman, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to clarify that the territory shown on the overlay, is it the pink? Is that what we're?
On which map? On the far left, it's the orange. In the middle map, the pink are actually streets or property. So it's really, there's very few properties. There's one RT4 in the middle of Old Beach. The RT3 property, the blue you see, that's only a few properties down by Winston-Salem. A majority of that blue area is water. And as you can see, there's some scattered RT3 properties. But, I mean, we're talking a handful of properties in the city.
Okay.
And I don't believe any of them are north of the one RT4 property left in Old Beach. They're all south of that.
Correct.
Mr. Weiner, let me amend that, include the OR district in what I just said too. I just said RT3. It's OR, RT3.
Okay. OR district, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we are ready for the vote.
Okay, so the motion made by Mr. Alcaraz is for the Oceanfront Resort District to include the RT by right with 2 rentals per a 7-day period. Mr. Alcaraz?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley is absent. Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, the North End Overlay District has been recommended for approval as modified.
Mrs. Wilson?
Abstained. This is the Hollies.
No, it's not. No, it's not. This is OR district.
I am so sorry.
No problem.
She's worried about
You're just worried about D, aren't you? Okay, we're on to 2B. Let's rock and roll.
Okay, so 2B, just to remind you, is now that you have voted on proposed overlays, it would be taking the areas you voted on and putting those onto our official zoning map, which is kept in the zoning office.
Perfect.
That's what you're voting
We
on.
need a motion.
I would like to make a motion to amend the official zoning map by the designation and incorporation of property into short-term rental overlay districts, East Shore Drive, North End, and Oceanfront Resort District.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second by Mr. Alcaraz.
Okay. Calling for the vote. Mr. Alcaraz?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley is absent. Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, you have approved an ordinance to amend the official zoning map by the designation and incorporation.
2C.
Perfect, perfect. And just to be on the record, just to be clear, that was amend the zoning map to the areas that were discussed and approved in 2A. Okay. Now 2C, we start to get to, the meat and potatoes. These are the requirements that City Council referred down to be in the overlay districts. So, Mr. Chair, however you would like to go through this, would you just like to
We
go
did
on?
this, we went through it this morning. Does everybody have any changes? Ms. Klein?
So I do, now that I have a better understanding, I would like to amend the established overlay district. For the parts of the city that are outside these three new overlays, that we permit STRs with conditional use permits at a cap of, 10, 15% that encompasses the entire rest of the city. And then, allowing STRs by right for those who use the home as their primary residence. So that would allow like military that goes overseas or families that travel or whatever.
It's not home sharing?
Not if they're there, not there. You mean if they leave and want to use
Right,
their,
right. So if my husband, if I own a house and then I deploy for 6 months,
Oh,
I want to be able to rent my home out while I'm gone.
Yeah.
But it's still my primary residence.
right,
not by right though.
yeah.
Still have to be a conditional use permit. But I don't know if I'm 100% on board with all that. Yes,
So I can second that.
but, okay, well, hold on a second, we need a big discussion, because I'm not on board with that.
Have a second to discuss it.
Oh, okay. Discussion. I think Mike Inman and Dee Oliver have already voiced their opinion on that particular, the rest of the city, and I feel the same way. As in, I believe we have enough short-term rentals outside the area. I don't feel like we need more short-term rentals inside neighborhoods. They're not businesses like that, so I got to say no to that. George? Jack?
Well, so what was, the motion was for primary residents to allow short-term rentals, then also to provide a cap on the rest of the city? Is that what add some undetermined percentage, 5 to 10%, something like that? Okay. Yeah, no, I think that was what, that's the point of the overlay districts, is to limit that and limit the additional short-term rentals. And then the ability to use the home, if it's a principal residence, I think that includes less than 6 months. I think that's how it would be defined, and I think there are other communities that do that, but I think that's fairly, since we haven't necessarily approached that at this point, I'm not necessarily on board with that.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second, so we need to vote on that. The motion, can you go through that motion one more time, please? I'm sorry. Just so Pam knows, our clerk knows.
Thank you.
Ms. Klein,
Turn your microphone on.
please. Thank you. Sorry.
The motion is to permit STRs outside the overlay district at a cap of whatever they are as of this date, which would not allow more, and to allow residents to use their home as an STR as their principal residence, if it's their principal residence.
And now, you wanted that by right or conditional use permit?
By conditional use permit.
Okay. So I have a motion by Ms. Klein and a second by?
Mr. Costin?
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Alvarez?
Nay.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley is absent. Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Nay.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Nay.
And Chairman Weiner?
No.
We have a vote of 3 in favor and 4 against. Therefore, the motion has failed.
So now it'll stay the same moving forward. Okay. Anybody have anything else? Good, Jack?
So the grandfathering aspect of this, is that in if we, if we move for grandfathering of the existing STRs, where is that placed?
I think the terminology grandfathering is not correct in this particular aspect. What it needs to say is actually, if on a existing conditional use permit, after 5 years, it'll be administratively reviewed at 5 years, because your grandfather is grandfather. They're not going to come back in front of
Right. But
planning again.
I thought the point of the overlay districts was, I mean, that once it reaches that administrative review 5 years, then it terminates.
It does, but we said it in our workshop that we don't want that. We want that to be after 5 years to be administratively reviewed.
Administratively reviewed. Oh, and I'm on board with that, but I
Okay.
just want to make sure that's clarified, because I'm not on board with that.
It's going to be, yes. It
It's
will
going to
be.
be.
in there,
Okay, and
right?
that's,
So for grandfathering, as it's referred down and as the discussion has been, a grandfathered STR, that was grandfathered, not one that got a conditional use permit, but a grandfathered STR has that grandfathering status. It does not lose that status. I know staff had brought up the fact that we may want to have a time period where that would be taken away, but that did not move forward. So as it stands, a grandfathered property would keep their grandfathered status.
now okay, so then that brings up the conditional use permit for the administrative review at 5 years. So now where does that stand?
That's going to be in 2C when we vote on this. We're going to have to, actually, it's not in here, so we're going to have to add it in on our, whoever makes a motion, will need to add that into this 2C. If we're all on board with that, we all on board with that? To add that into 2C? The only other issue that I was thinking, which is item number 8, where it says, well, I'm sorry, that's what council sent to us, but we changed it around and kept it as 1 rental per week. Correct? And is that still in here, 1 rental per week?
Except in the OR.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking, yes, exactly, yeah. This is the rest of the city and the overlay districts. That is 1 rental per week, and on the conditional use permits, after 5 years will be administratively reviewed, not denied. Yes.
So how does that affect, so these are conditions just for these conditions affect the entire city, or do they affect?
So these conditions, as they're drafted, will affect the specific overlays. So the 1 rental per week affects what you have proposed as the North End overlay and the East Shore Drive overlay.
Correct.
Everyone else is limited by what they were approved under, if that makes sense. So the grandfathered ones technically can currently still do 2 rentals per 7-day period. The conditional use permits will be based on whatever their conditions are at the time of their approval. But moving forward, this is what everyone that would get a conditional use permit would be limited to.
Okay, what about Sandbridge?
We're not even.
That doesn't.
This does not impact Sandbridge.
We're not even talking about them.
The only amendments in any of this proposal that affects Sandbridge are the life safety requirements for the deck inspections and the fire extinguishers and other things like that.
How do we make this motion?
Chairman, if you...
You want to do it?
No, I cannot make a motion, but I do
Or tell us how to word it.
I
How's
can
that?
really briefly clarify the things that I understand as varying from what council referred to you, and just make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
So run 1 rental per week rather than councils of 52 per year. CUP administratively approved, that was added on. You added on you wanted to add on that a sign be posted on the outside of the short-term rental with contact information visible from the right-of-way. Parking, a minor change from 1 garage space to all available garage spaces. So if you had more than 1, you could use more than 1 towards your parking requirement. Responsible party to be able to be on site in 1 hour rather than 30 minutes.
Is somebody writing this down? Somebody's got to make this motion.
And that is what I have for what
That's-
varied from what council referred to you.
Okay.
The thing that we already voted on, the, whether or not to have the overlay districts, is that excluded from this new motion because we already voted on it?
Yes, yes. What you voted on, yes. We'll have to go through because some of what you voted on may land in 2C, but we'll have to vet that out, such as density requirements. Because as I said, 2A was just the boundaries, but those will be specific,
Well, so if
added in.
we're voting on the changes for 2C,
Yes.
we already had a vote on a city, rest of the city overlay district. We just, like, before.
Right, you've already voted not to allow short-term rentals in the entire city by conditional use permit.
So will the next vote exclude that section of 2C?
The next vote, these regulations will only pertain to the overlay districts. It will not pertain to the rest of the city. In the rest of the city, they will be prohibited.
So if I vote in favor, am I saying that I agree with no STRs in the rest of the city? No.
No, you're just agreeing with these regulations. If you vote yes, you're agreeing with these regulations that you're proposing. The number of parking spaces, no special events, responsible party must respond within 30 minutes and physically be present in 1 hour. Number of rental contracts. You're agreeing. You're saying that those are appropriate. Those rules.
Right, but I don't agree, when we get down like to violations, I agree with that one. I don't agree with the established overlay districts, where it says new STRs prohibited outside of overlay districts.
Right, and that's where this worksheet blended you've already voted on a few that are included in there. So really, if you look at the staff report under the recommendation section, that's what you're voting on in this with the additions I made. So
I understand where Robin's coming from. Robin,
Yeah.
once we vote on this for the overlay districts, yes, that means that this can't happen outside the overlay districts.
Right, because I
Short-term
agree with all of the rest of them. I don't agree with that one, and so I want to make sure that it's clear.
The only way that you could do is just say no to the whole thing.
Okay,
Okay. Okay.
that was my question. Thank you.
All right. So who remembered what we had to make a motion?
Well, before we vote, I got to ask one more thing. Originally, when council sent this to us, there was a provision for short-term rentals within a given distance from city venues or main menu, say the Sportsplex or whatever. It was like within a mile or something, and then it kind of disappeared. Is that still available or on the table?
It's not on the table in this ordinance.
Okay. Can't get it in either, huh?
Not right now. Well, I'm assuming no, because we're voting on this ordinance now, because what's in this ordinance, I mean,
No more speakers.
that would be, we'd have to come up with some type of overlay to do that, wouldn't we? To say a mile from a sporting event or the amphitheater, that would have to be some type of overlay.
It could be a performance criteria, but it's not something that has been discussed nor
Yeah.
advertised. So it may be, if that's something that may be discussed in the future, it may be something you want to bring forward after
Okay.
this.
Okay. Need a motion?
Hey, Kevin, can I run through it one more time?
Yes.
Not necessarily because I want to rehash it, but just because I want to make sure that we get it right on the motion. So we're making a motion to approve 2C with changes, and those changes include, based on what I'm reading here, because I didn't necessarily capture it when you were going through it, but the new new STRs are prohibited outside of overlay districts. I think that's covered in here. Is that right? Or is that's not covered?
You have already
We've
covered that in
already
the last
voted.
vote.
Okay, I already covered that. The parking is definitely part of this, which is the allow parking that meets available and meets dimension requirements to count towards parking inside. Is that part of this, the parking?
Yes.
Yes, the garage.
The garage, and because the
and
council
then-
sent it to us with one parking space in the garage
Right,
only, but we turned it around and said, there's 2 places in the garage we can make.
And the same thing about the impervious part. Are we gonna,
Yes, the
Okay.
impervious part was a change of language.
was the change
you'll
of
see.
language? Okay.
Added parking to be impervious.
Added parking to be impervious. Responsible party must also physically respond within 1 hour to complaints as opposed to 30 minutes. But they must be able to respond to complaints within 30 minutes.
And then physically respond within 1
Physically
hour.
respond within 1 hour. Okay.
Making notes.
Yes.
1 rental per 7 days.
1 rental per 7 days. Okay. Yep.
And just to clarify, that's 1 rental per 7 days in the north end and shore drive overlay.
Yeah.
With the 2 rentals per 7-day period in the RT and
Yeah.
OR.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the big one is the conditional use permit to be administratively reviewed after
Okay.
for 5 years.
Allow administrative.
5 things.
Allow administrative approval and review every 5 years is how it's, okay.
Correct. And then the last thing was the sign with the contact information posted on the
Okay.
exterior of the home, visible from the right of way.
Okay.
I'm
Sounds like
sorry.
we're ready.
Require posting of contact phone number of operator representative visible from the street, including Sandbridge.
Does it say Sandbridge?
It does?
Okay. All right, sound like you're ready to make a motion.
Okay. I'm ready. I make a motion that we approve 2C of the short-term rental agenda item with noted changes that include, number 1, require posting of contact phone number of operator representative visible from the street, including Sandbridge. That we allow administrative approval and review every 5 years of existing conditional use permits. In terms of parking, that we allow all parking that is available and meets dimension requirements to count towards parking, including spaces inside garages. Parking added shall not be impervious.
So shall not be impervious, correct?
Yep. A responsible party must respond to complaints within 30 minutes. A responsible party must also physically respond within 1 hour to complaints.
Okay.
Within the RT and OR zoning districts, 2 rentals per 7-day period are allowed. Outside, in the other 2 overlay districts, 1 rental per 7-day period will be allowed only. And
that catch everything?
Kevin, what about special events? No special?
Yes, as I was checking them off.
You caught everything? Okay.
I'll
We have a
second.
motion by Mr. Wall. Do we have a second?
They did that.
Second by Mr. Inman?
Can I?
Wait, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we capture this because they're not, I want to make sure it doesn't get lost anywhere. This also includes the, no special events on the property,
Right.
Right.
the occupancy calculation, and the RPP permit.
Correct.
That you're not allowed to have the additional parking permits. Don't want to, you're aware of those. I want to make sure for the record it's
Yes.
clear that those are there, so, okay.
Yep, all right. Madam Clerk, did you catch that? We have a motion by Mr. Wall and a second by Mr. Inman.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm calling for the vote. This vote is on agenda item 2C. Mr. Alvarez?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley is absent. Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
And Chairman Weiner?
Aye. Aye.
By recorded vote of 7 in favor and 0 against, agenda item 2C has been recommended for approval with following modifications. 1 rental per 7 days in the North End and Shore Drive overlays, 2 in the OR-RT districts, a conditional use permit, administrative approval after 5 years, a sign posted with contact information visible from the right-of-way, parking to include all available garage spaces, responsible party be in contact within 30 minutes and physically on site within 1 hour. Parking added shall not be impervious, no special events, occupancy calculated, and RPP, no additional permits. Did I get it? Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure our public hearing hasn't been cut off inappropriately.
Good job, Ham.
We have not closed the hearing, and everything seems to be off, so.
That's why I just got a text about that, I think.
I gotta stand up.
Are we done?
Jessica just texted me and said it's off the air.
What?
Jessica. Yeah, you guys got cut off.
Breakdown?
Oh, we're back on. I want to text her and say, what the hell are you doing? Stop watching. Why are you watching? You have a better, bigger life than that.
She wants to know what she's gonna deal with.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Chair, we're good to go if you want to continue.
Good to go? Okay.
Sir.
All right. 2D.
2D, to summarize, what this ordinance amendment does is put into the use tables in our zoning code, so everywhere that short-term rental use is permitted, in the use table, it will amend the use table to reflect what you have voted for approval today. So it'll reflect where it's permitted by right in the OR, where it's permitted by a conditional use permit in the overlays, and where it is not permitted elsewhere in the city. These will all be reflected in the use tables, and that's what this vote is for.
Okay. So we know where we are. I mean, that's pretty much lined up with what we have now, what we've already voted on, right?
Correct. It's I guess you could call it somewhat of a housekeeping item, the same way as amending the official zoning map. We have to amend the official zoning ordinance to reflect these changes, and that's what 2D does.
Comments?
So I think this is where I was confusing you and everyone else before. This is where I'll be voting nay, because this use table will say that no STRs are permitted in the rest of the city.
Okay. Anyone else? Do we have a motion? Well, we gotta wait for, do we have to wait for George to get back? Because we don't have enough. We have to wait for George to get back.
Here it comes.
I was getting ready to ask those existing outside of the overlay districts would not be covered in this chart, right? Right, y'all just gonna keep track of those in the office?
Correct, yes. The ones that have the additional, or have a existing conditional use permit, we will have a record of that with the administrative approval. Those that are grandfathered have their grandfathered status.
All right. Need a motion?
I make a motion that we approve agenda item 2D, an ordinance to amend sections 401, 501, 601, 901, 1110, 1125, 1521, and 2203 of the city zoning ordinance, and section 502 of the Oceanfront Resort District form-based code pertaining to the requirements and use of the short-term rentals and overlays.
We have a motion by Mr. Wall. Do we have a second?
I second that.
We have a second by Mrs. Oliver. Ready to vote?
Mr. Alcaraz?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley is absent. Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Nay.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By recorded vote of 6 in favor and 1 against, agenda item number 2D has been recommended for approval.
2E.
Okay, this ordinance, as I discussed this morning, are the transition rules, saying that after any application filed prior to the date of the referral to you by City Council, October 21st, 2020, subject to whatever rules when it goes through council. This is a standard ordinance of how we treat those applications that come in and that flex time between when we are considering an ordinance change and when it goes into effect. Any application that goes through City Council, once any new regulations are passed, will be subject to the new regulations.
Pretty simple. Everybody agree with that?
I make a motion for an ordinance establishing transition rules for the review of short-term rental conditional use permit applications submitted before and after City Council date of referral.
All right, we have a motion by Mrs. Klein. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Oliver. Ready to vote?
Mr. Alcaraz?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley is absent. Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By recorded vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, agenda item 2E has been approved.
All right, gentlemen, hang in there. We got one more, okay? We'll be done. 2F, which I should have said this a while ago, because that was actually in 2C.
2F in the staff report was included in 2C. Because it's its own ordinance, after the staff report went to print, we pulled it from 2C and created 2F. As I said, it's its own ordinance, and it warrants being voted on separately. So 2F will include the 2 life safety conditions that were, or regulations that were listed in 2C originally.
George, you have comments on this one?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that, as far as the deck safety, the inspection be done by a licensed design professional or licensed architect or, I'm sorry, Bobby, you gave me another, another.
Licensed design professional is fine.
Licensed design professional. And again, I do not want to include Class A or B contractors. That's all I had.
Is that okay with everybody?
And that they are required every 5 years, right? That was the consensus of the
I'm
commission.
sorry, yeah, everything that you had listed here was fine except for that. That's how I was kind of referencing that on here.
Okay. So are we going with licensed professional engineer or architect?
Both.
Licensed design professional.
Licensed design.
That's the department. DPOR is very particular, so.
Is that a term of art with that DPOR or something?
It is a term for DPOR. Anyone that has a seal that has knowledge in that field is there called the design professional.
All right.
All right, Mr. Alcaraz, I think you can make this motion.
Can I have my cheat sheet on the monitor here?
Everybody
Yes,
else
you
got
certainly
it.
can.
Yeah. Robin got it. Yeah, my turn. So, I'd like to make a motion that the ordinance to amend section 241.2 of the city zoning ordinance pertaining to short-term rentals and establishing additional safety requirements with the amendment of, I just lost it. just wrote it down. Mr. Hatan, please, again, so I don't have to look for it.
Licensed professional.
Licensed professional,
Design professional.
design professional. That's it.
And every 5 years.
Well, it's on there already, right? So I didn't,
It was referred to you as every year,
okay.
so we would need to alter.
Structural report must be submitted every 5 years to the zoning office. I was just going on what was here.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure it was
Thank
on
you.
record.
We have a motion by Mr. Ockrez. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Mrs. Klein. Ready to vote.
Mr. Alvarez?
Aye.
Mr. Barnes is absent. Mr. Costin?
Aye.
Mr. Graham is absent. Mr. Horsley is absent. Mr. Inman?
Aye.
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond is absent. Vice Chair Wall?
Aye.
Chairman Weiner?
Aye.
By recorded vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, agenda item 2F has been recommended for approval, modified to add the deck safety inspections will be done by a licensed design professional, and inspections will be completed every 5 years.
Great. That would be it. Any other business, new business, old business? Very good. Gentlemen, officers in the back, thank you very much for hanging in there. I'm sure you didn't realize it was going to be this long, but thank you very much. All right, we are adjourned.